Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jerusalem. I am Almira Skripchenko, joined by Grandmaster Alik Gershon. And today is the second day of a very strong, maybe even the strongest closed event organized in Israel, Jerusalem Masters. And alongside this tournament, there's also an open tournament with more than 300 participants. Alik, how do you feel today?
It's a celebration of chess, as you said yesterday, and it is. I've been talking to many people during those 2 days of the tournament, and they're extremely excited about the whole atmosphere. About this, the venue is good, the organization is good, and most importantly, the players are, to be playing in the same playing hall with Vasil Ivanchuk, with Peter Svidler, with Pavel Dubov, and Jordan Van Forest. It's really a big thing for everybody
and
here.
Also, yes, given the difficult period that, we all go through now, it's a unique opportunity for them, for 2 days to forget about a lot of things and to play chess.
Absolutely, and that's what they do. And hopefully, yesterday we had fantastic games, very exciting fighting spirit. Even the very first round, we had all decisive results. So hopefully today will be as interesting as yesterday and even more.
Of course. Yesterday was a thrilling day, let's say. Today I hope that we will have more decisive games, but I wanted to remind you, first of all, that this is a 10-player round-robin event. 9 rounds, 15 plus 5, so each player gets 5 seconds after each move. And yesterday we didn't talk about prizes, so first let's have a look at the standings to remind you who is leading. So Svidler and Ivanchuk lead at halftime. Yesterday everyone played 5 rounds. Today we have final 4 rounds. And actually they scored 4 out of 5. Alik, I wanted to tell you that, in sports we always talk about age, and even though these recent years, a lot of sports discipline, especially sportsmen, they pushed this limit of the age farther and farther, and they showed that the performance can be accomplished, the age is just a number.
Right.
Yes, all the time. But so now we have Vasil Ivanchuk, who is 55, Peter Svidler, who is 48, and they're leading the tournament, and all the youngsters, where are they?
And they're on third place, Ilyas Mirin.
Yes, exactly. I think the veteran of this tournament. So what does it tell us?
So experience does play a big role, right?
Of course.
Of course. They are maybe not in their prime now, but they are exceptionally strong players, and of course there are still 4 rounds to go. Anything can happen, but this the experience tells for now.
And as Peter told me yesterday, he plays occasionally, of course, but he enjoys it, and he still gets, just brings him so much joy. And I think, if I would highlight something from this interview, this would be this particular phrase, because we all have to live in this moment, which will probably never repeat itself, as every conversation, every encounter. So let's celebrate it and remember, all those things. Because every detail matters. It reminded me, because when I was listening to Peter, it reminded me of the Japanese concept, which is called the ishigu. Let's say that comes from the ritual of tea, and that every detail, the color of the tea, the people who surround you, the conversation, it's unique.
Absolutely.
And even the color of the leaves, everything can affect the way you perceive things and remember them. So I hope that all the players will remember.
Definitely, we will for sure.
All these games, and they've started already.
They have started, and another point I heard from many people is they are excited to see the expressions of Vasil Ivanchuk during the game. Especially, I've been told about when he doesn't like his opponent's move or he thinks it's a mistake, and it's so obvious in his expressions, you know. And people really find it. The audience in the room, they really find it very thrilling and
Yes,
exciting.
because okay, yes, we are living in a performance-driven society, but I think that what we're looking for is emotions.
Absolutely. And that's what AI will not be able to
Yes, and
replace.
sincere emotions. That's exactly, that's in the moment. So you have to be as sincere as you can. And I think when chess players, they play their games, they abandon themselves completely. You know, that the world doesn't exist. They are in this state of absolute concentration, and Vasily proves it
Yeah.
all the time. So let's get to the. Do we have the games? Not yet. So then, yes, let's us fix this for a second. I wanted also to tell you, because yesterday we didn't talk about the prizes, but actually, what is at stake? And the first prize is $30,000. You know,
That's a lot of money.
so maybe pressure. Well, players will feel a lot of pressure now, even though they've been in these situations before, and they're not thinking about the price font all the time, but maybe at the last game they'll think, okay, what is the difference, you know?
Of course, eventually it will come down
Yes,
to
it might
to
affect,
pragmatic
you know,
decisions
yes,
here and there,
it might
of course.
affect them. And well, we still don't have our games uploaded.
But we can talk about the pairings for today, because
Yes.
the last 4 rounds they will be decisive. And we have Peter Svidler, who is one of the two leaders, is playing Ido Gorstein.
Mhm.
And we remember yesterday the first round, Ido scored a very surprising win against Daniil Dubov, sending Daniil into a path he was not hoping to get, playing catch up after the leaders.
Yes.
And
And Vasil Ivanchuk is playing against another Israeli player, Evgeny Posny. So both of the players actually played for the Israeli national team in Budapest. So they came directly from Budapest and started playing the next day. And Vasil as well, by the way.
yes.
So
So today fatigue might be a factor actually
Yes.
already. Yes, and also, multiplied by nerves and everything. So we will see how this plays out.
Alec, and one last detail, of course. This is a part of a Jerusalem Chess Festival, and so tomorrow there will be an attempt, and probably I hope it will be, the record is going to be set. So an attempt for a simultaneous exhibition for most of the games played simultaneously. And as I remember, you played alone more than 520 games.
Yes,
And tomorrow there will be 50 players playing.
me being one of them.
Yeah. So, and more than 1,000 games. Yes.
Yes,
So
that's the plan. That's the plan. That's what they hope to accomplish. Actually, when I agreed to this, I didn't know they will be breaking. I never thought of it this way, but actually, of course, I'm happy about it. And
But
it
how long did it last when you did it alone?
was way too long. It was more than 19 hours, I think.
19
Yes.
hours. Okay.
And it was a very fun experience, and I kind of accepted it back then because we as chess players, we always love to challenge ourselves,
course.
right? To
So
set
you wanted
some
to test yourself.
yes, and I said, okay, this is an very interesting challenge, and so it was, and apparently 13 years later, it is still a record for maybe another 24 hours at least. So.
Okay, so now we have the games. Without further ado, I wanted to get back to the game
Yes.
between Peter Svidler and Ido Gorstein, because what surprised me that first of all, Peter, he can play anything. He can play e4, c4, d4, knight f3. He's a universal player. But I thought that he would choose e4 against Ido. But he went for, a very positional approach. He started with c4. First of all, eliminated a few openings. It's a small trick. And then finally, they came back to a very well-known position. And Peter chose the setup with f3, knight g2, a quiet one, and where Ido challenged it immediately with c5. He had might seem strange. First he played c6, but actually black waits that white play f3
Right.
and then plays c5.
And white waits playing f3 for black to play first c6. So it's a kind of a cat and a mouse game, and but this is very thematic, right?
Mhm.
Almira, as you said, once white plays f3, it's clear that white wants to play e4, and therefore black is obliged basically to meet it with c5, or he's risking to get run over in the center. But this is a very interesting opening choice by Peter. I think he wants to get into a game of chess out of theory as fast as possible, believing in his ability to outplay his less experienced opponent. So
Wait a second.
we
Yes, because now I have a bit.
yeah, we have
Maybe it was not his
we have
game.
a very different game.
Yes, because the games were uploaded. So
Right.
maybe Peter did play e4 as a no, he didn't.
Okay, rewind.
Let's yes.
Rewind everything. We
Which
just
game we
said.
were
No, yeah, with I see
commentating
Peter
actually.
has a pawn on h5 on the live board. Can we see the
Maybe
Can we see the
yes,
video,
because I'm not sure we
please?
have the the
This is funny.
games. Maybe
We'll try to find. Yeah. Okay. So
okay. So then you know
we-
my expectations were right because I thought that
okay.
Peter is going to play e4. But so the other game
was,
was played by Maxim Rochtain and Jordan
okay,
Van
this makes
Forst.
a lot of sense.
Okay, so let's get back to this one.
Okay. Hello,
Um,
everybody. Welcome
yes.
to the fifth round. We'll start over again.
Yes, take two. So, Caro-Kann, yes.
Caro-Kann.
Then you know, now I
Next,
understand, of course, Peter played d4 and, well, still,
So-
probably Ido plays Caro-Kann quite often, and Peter chose the line with e5 and then bishop f5, knight to 3 e6. It's a very positional line, so you are not going for g4 after bishop f5. So it's very often it leads to those structures.
You know, yesterday we had so many games with the bishop on c8, right?
Yes.
So stuck behind those pawns on the e6 and c6. So today maybe the theme will be let's get the bishop out.
So, what is the verdict after the opening?
Let's see. The current position
Mhm.
is, as we said yesterday, h4, h5, almost automatic in so many lines here and so many
Mhm.
positions nowadays. So obviously we can see that white has more space, which is normally a good thing to have. White is going to try and push, create some attacking chances on the queen, on the king side. Maybe transfer the knight to g4, creating some potential threats of sacrifices on h6, followed by this. This is a dream, right? This is what white wants to get. Followed by f4, f5, perhaps, and trying to get to the throat of the king.
You know, like, just before you continue, as curious as it might seem, but you can get this position after bishop b5, you know, Sicilian, because when you exchange the light square bishops, then at some point you will play c3, d4, e5, and then you get almost exactly the
Right,
same position
yes,
and the same plan. So what I wanted to say, since, well, I usually play them on the white side, even though you described the plan like, very thoroughly, the play for black is also very easy. You have to double on the c file, you bring your bishop to the defense, sometimes you transfer your knight to e7, f5 to prevent, or knight a5, knight c4. Here black played queen a5. So now I'm not familiar with that plan. Okay, of course he wanted to take the pawn on e2, which was here, but very often a3 is a very useful move for white here. So what do you think? How should you continue here?
I think black's idea is to, well, he played the rook
Yeah, he
c8,
needs
but
to double the
he
rook.
wanted to probably, the way I see it, he wants to provoke a3 and then follow with b5 before opening. So black has to do something on the queen side, otherwise it will just get run over.
But sometimes also it might be a very useful maneuver for white. You can play knight e1, knight d3, and whenever you play b5, the c5 square gets available, and then I will transfer, and I will not even attack. I will transfer my rooks to c as well. I will try to exchange them, and then even with the rooks exchange, I can start playing g4, f4, and f5. Okay, this is also possible.
This will be that's what's gonna be ahead of us. This battle of plans and ideas.
So yes, we will first have a look at the screen. Yes, because I think that we need to update a few games right now. And
so how do you read the facial expressions?
that's exactly what I think. Ido is nervous. It's clear it's not easy. You are facing a nighttime Russian champion.
Who wouldn't be?
Yes, exactly. So he's playing a legend. And sometimes you have this very singular feeling like, do you actually want to beat a legend? Because you have so much deference, you've seen so many of their games, and maybe there's something you don't want to destroy. It's not easy, because I felt it personally, and I actually think, okay, maybe there is no room for this during a chess game, but those are the emotions that I would always feel and consider. Maybe young generation doesn't have those considerations.
I think they're less concerned with it. They want scalps.
Yes, exactly. So they want to prove themselves. Yeah. Yes, and
what a better occasion to do that than play.
And we were discussing also with the players today at lunch, so that the number of games actually that the younger generation is going to play, and have seen, combined with internet, is so high that when we were training, especially without computers, we were not even dreaming, of having such experience by learning. Yes. So
absolutely. Today, you can play Magnus. Just log on to Title Tuesday, and you might be playing one of the legends, right?
This is a unique opportunity.
Absolutely.
And before you had to wait for a simultaneous exhibition,
Exactly.
So okay, let's move to another game. I think that we have everything uploaded right now. So Vasil Ivanchuk.
Yeah, this is another our co-leader. We haven't visited his game yet, and
what is very interesting that Evgeny Posny played the same line in Caro-Kann, knight f6, provoking knight f6 and e takes f6, which is considered to be very solid. And I like the way Vasil played this line. Because I played this variation myself with bishop c4 once, and the idea is actually to give this a very interesting check after bishop d6, queen e2.
What happened? Yes.
Yes, exactly. Because
please explain us what is
the thing is that normally you don't want to play queen e7 here, and to take and to play this endgame without queens, and so
because then the pawn structure will start telling.
You will for sure be able to organize your play around this extra pawn in the center. So you simply force black to play bishop b7. On the other hand, of course, we've seen yesterday, normally you put the queen on c2, the pawn on c3, and bishop on d3. So very often when you will castle and play rook e8, the queen on 2 might feel a bit uncomfortable, but let's see what happened. So knight f3. It's a very natural move, castle, and
knight d7.
Yes, knight d7 was played by Evgeny. This is a standard idea because you're trying to play knight b6 and knight d5 maybe, or sometimes rook e8, knight f8, bishop b6, or knight g6, and then. But for the moment, the bishop is still on e7. Okay, Alik, lost my ear once again.
And bishop b3, I just want to point that this is a very very subtle move that really is a move that shows a class of the player, because he is anticipating black's plan to play in knight b6 at some point, and he moves away with the bishop ahead of time, so he will be able to, he will not have to react once the knight goes to b6, and he will be able to play to continue on with his plans. And we have some very big developments in this game, I think.
The thing is, like, Vasily played all the natural moves, all the moves that you are supposed to play. Evgeny was, in a way, forced to replace his bishop on d6 because this is the best position. Yes, as we said, you know, you always have to improve your pieces. So, but then rook e1, you can no longer play rook e8 here.
Exactly, this is the point. We just took over the e file.
a5, a4. It's very important, yes, to stabilize well, this push of the pawn, because sometimes you can even play a4 and a3, you know, and then knight b6, knight d5, b5. So b6 was played. He wants to develop the bishop. Bishop d2.
Almira, let's fast forward. I think Vasil is launching
an attack. Okay.
A devastating attack. Look
But
at this.
then that's what I wanted to point out. Knight h4 is a beautiful idea because the bishop left this diagonal h3 c8. So Vasily immediately seizes the difference. Knight h4, then bishop h6.
So he has to play g6 not to allow the knight to f5. And then look at this. Bishop h6. And the problem is, you say, but what's the problem? I just play rook e8.
But bishop
right?
f7, no?
Yes, exactly.
That's a very elegant and simple idea. Yes, I asked myself the same question. I was very happy to see it.
That's the big point, and it's a checkmate in the middle of the board. And this is probably what Evgeny missed when playing g6. Obviously, had he seen it, he would not have played g6. And after bishop h6, it's very bad news for black. He has to sacrifice an exchange. But look at this.
But the thing is, after knight h4, you know, knight f5 is such a threat because queen g4 is coming, and then knight e7. You never know. So
yeah, of course, you're not happy here.
Yes.
By no means you are happy. And by the way, rook e8 still is impossible, right? It's the same checkmate because the knight is covering the g6 square. It's still a checkmate. So you don't really have any.
No, but you have king f8 here. Wait a second. You need
okay,
you need an extra piece. Yes.
Okay, so let's.
No,
but
I think that's yes.
right.
I think we should find no, but maybe
maybe
here
bishop
queen
f7 and queen
maybe
h5
queen h5 first. Like what do you do here?
g6.
Knight
you
g6
take twice,
and
yes,
queen
you
g6.
take
Yes.
twice.
So maybe queen
Maybe
h5.
just queen h5.
Sometimes with a very simple play, you know, you obtain the most efficient
But here
results.
I would say that, you know, still this is maybe the lesser evil here for black than what happened in the game.
You know what? I have this crazy idea. Knight g6. No, wait. No, it doesn't work yet.
The romance of chess.
Yes, the romance of chess. It's it woke, you
but
know,
the
romantic.
I still want, Almira, I
yes.
still want to check bishop f7. I like sacrificing other people's pieces. Bishop f7.
But then
I thought actually bishop queen h5, but it doesn't.
No, I think queen h5 is sufficient. Okay,
solid.
but let's like just throw all the forces into attack. Take your exchange, queen f8. Okay, let's play first knight f5.
Knight
yes,
f5,
okay.
Yeah,
what do you do here?
I cannot move because you will exchange and play rook e7.
Yes, and rook e7 is important.
Vicious plan.
And even like, what did you want to play?
G6,
bishop
just
b4.
a check, right?
I can also play c3.
What about g6? Knight h6 check.
Knight h6 check, and then f7 will fall anyway. It's just queen
just
h3.
Go away, yes.
Yes, queen h3.
And not just go away attacking.
Yes.
Yeah, this is very bad. This is very bad for black.
Yeah, I like it. Just increasing.
Yeah.
Yes,
so after knight h5, really black is
your
in
attacking potential.
in the world of
So
trouble
that's
already.
why he had to play g6. So let's see. Maybe he's already completely winning, but he didn't take the exchange.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So basically saying my bishop is much stronger than the rook on f8, and your idea of taking on g6 is now in play.
Yes, of course. That's what we have to point out. That
And look at this, king h8, preventing knight g6, but Vasil says, okay, so I will go knight f5. And the problem is
what
that
what
I
can
think
we play here?
the threat is surprisingly knight takes d6 and bishop f4, I think. So for instance, if you do nothing, or if for instance, if you move the rook, I can just take bishop f4,
Okay, queen b4.
and then I just
Yes,
win, I
the
just win the
okay,
knight.
the bishop, of course, and then we win the knight. Yeah.
And if you play f5,
Yes, this queen is completely overloaded for the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, and so what else can you play here?
well, and another problem is that if you move, then I can always also win, just
Yes,
grab
you
the
can
pawn
take
on
on
f7,
f7,
and
of
then
course,
this
and
is
win an exchange
kind of
anyway.
game
And
over.
I
And
think
this is,
that
I think this
Vasil
is
goes
exactly
for
what is
the
going on, yes?
no, but he decided to take an exchange because I don't know what was the sequence.
He played
c5 was
c5,
played. C5.
yes.
So here, yes, you have to collect. You know, it's very important, yes, to realize that.
So he first took on d6, did he?
That you
Or
no, yes, he took on d6 and took on f8.
took on d6 and then he took on f8, yeah. And
Because
this is just-
also now you can open the d file. You can play rook a d1 after rook f8.
and rooks, especially
Mhm.
when you have extra material, they love open files. Yeah.
For the moment, yes, I don't want to take
This-
immediately on c5 because maybe knight e5, who knows?
Rook d1, yes.
Rook
Has
d1.
he played it already or no?
No,
He's
I don't
thinking
know.
about
He's
it, but
thinking.
this looks really cruising to victory for white. Maybe let's take a look at other games.
Yes, so let's have a look at Maxim Rothstein and Jordan Van Forest.
Since we already started looking at it.
We already. And white just played g4.
In this position after
Yes,
a5,
because
g4.
yes, g4.
This is also very typical. I have played similar lines myself with white.
But do you have to react to this like g4? Do you have to play h6? You know, what is the plan? Can you play
white.
h5?
It was black's
Yes,
problem
yes,
to
you
react
know.
or not.
There are a few possibilities here. Either you challenge white immediately, you play h5, or you play h6.
Or you
And
ignore
yes,
and
you ignore
play
it
before like
completely,
Jordan
yes.
did, right? and
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 play
this
this
is
way.
this is how they often play it, and it's kind of who is faster, and neither side actually has direct threat, so it's more of a positional game. Although g4 does look like an attacking move, but actually it's a positional move. You're taking squares, you're taking some some space.
Yeah, but of course I
on the
understand that you
king
want
side.
to first to play g4 and maybe to play knight g3
Knight
next.
g3
But
is a
actually,
fantastic
I
place
didn't-
for
I was thinking about h5 and I thought like what would be the response. Let's say we took on b4,
without
yes,
b4,
yes,
So
because
we played-
doesn't matter he played before, but after g4 b4 he took. Let's say I continue my plan of playing knight g3, and well I still want to challenge
You
you,
want to
and
challenge.
yes, and to play h5.
Let's see.
So you will be forced to play h3 here.
I'm not sure.
No,
I might.
because it's
Let me think. G5 queen G5 F4. I'm not catching your queen here,
Okay,
right?
yeah. Well, for the moment I have,
queen
yes,
G4,
or
queen
maybe
H4 even.
yes, queen h4 like.
Queen H4, knight F3. It might be tricky for
So
the
this
queen.
is the idea.
I'm not sure. I'm
Maybe-
not sure
Mhm.
because queen G4.
But you know the thing is, even if I play something else, but okay, queen g4 for
queen
the
G4
moment.
for the moment is good, I think.
Maybe bishop b1,
With an idea to put something.
or
on
even
F5.
rook g1. Maybe first. I don't know how to play.
I
this
think
position.
I think that it might be scary for black.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
like rook G1.
So you
knight F5 is
sacrifice the
threat.
pawn. Yes, it's important to understand that you're ready yes to play g5 and after
And
h5.
the queens is a bit lost there with all those ideas. Again, it has to be calculated because if you're wrong and you're just
course.
a pawn down
Mhm.
and you're lost with
But
white.
maybe then with the same idea you can take on h5 and play rook g1. So just
Yeah, but I really like the queen being somehow misplaced on g4 and getting under. But you're right. This is also a very valid
yes, maybe
point to
something
just
yes
take.
you can take and play.
Or even well h3 I don't like so much.
Okay,
This
so
is,
it's a
this is
game,
interesting,
and that's
Jordan
why Jordan
is
is thinking
thinking,
actually, because I think we reached the critical point. Yes, it's well in a game you have a few critical positions, so this is one of those,
definitely
and
one of
he has
those,
to
and he
take
just completely
a
ignores. He
decision.
keeps playing on the on the queen side. Rook a8 he's played, and
Bishop b3
bishop
and
b3
rook a1.
and rook a1. This is quite unpleasant. This is always unpleasant when your opponent kind of
Infiltrates.
yes, so deep into your camp. Let's take a look at the other games.
So Ilyas Mirin, who is on the third place, is playing against Daniil Dubov, who has to win this game if he wants to stay in the pack, you know. But for the moment, I think that Ilya is
He's
completely winning.
Yeah,
Yes?
he's not even close to that. He is an exchange down, and he will be very lucky, I think, to save this game. And I don't see how he's going to do it, because this pawn will just, I think, the h pawn just marches all the way. Wow.
And black is just too slow. You know, so you would want to create some counterplay.
Black is just too slow and too
yes.
few. Yes. So,
it reminds me of Magnus said, you know, so too weak and too slow. Yes.
yes.
But it was absolutely another context. For those who are interested, you can always find this video on the internet. And Magnus was actually going to come to this tournament. He was. Well, some circumstances forced him to cancel this trip at the very last moment, but he sent a video to all the participants and the organizers explaining that, you know, he was really looking forward to this event and that he hopes that he will be able to participate in the future. So I think that you can also find this video on the official site of the tournament.
Yes, maybe.
Well, I hope so. If not, yes, it has to be
has
uploaded yes, immediately. So, and the last game, Vital Boruchovsky and Pavel Ilyanov.
And
Pavel is going exactly for the same opening, I think, that he used against Evgeny Postnez, it seems, but maybe with a different move order, I'm not sure. But anyhow, he has the pawn on c4
yes,
and the bishop on a6. But somehow I think that here white has a better setup.
Yeah, much better
than Evgeny had.
So probably Vital did his homework.
Yes, so he prepared for this game thoroughly. So black is a pawn up, of course, but
it's a double pawn.
Yes, it's a double pawn, and here, well, e4, e5 was played because black was in time also to, because as you remember in that game, black wasn't able to play e5.
Yes.
So here the queen is on c7. They just played bishop b5, and how can we take on e5 and play a4?
That's what I want to do. That's what I want
concession.
To either take on e5 and maybe knight c5 at some point.
But then knight comes to d3. You know,
that's our problem.
A dream
no,
but
that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to take on a6 and take on c4. But we don't. It was black's turn
so
to
first
move,
you take on e5 and then.
But how? It was black's move to play.
Black played bishop b5.
So you want to take now?
Yes, I don't know. Just like bishop b5, and then I thought
okay,
take on
let's
e5.
See. Take on a5. And do you want to?
Well, I don't know. Like knight e5 is the best continuation, I think. Yes. So
knight c5, but now knight e3 is actually
a
move, and then a4. A4 is not an option.
No,
anymore.
I wanted to try a4, but this is probably too weakening. Like before, not knight c5, but a4 immediately.
Ah, you want okay.
Well, I'm not sure. Like it's a very double-edged move. So if a4 is weakening after knight d3, you know,
maybe
knight e4 is threatening.
Suggested. He played knight c5.
Because I thought knight d3, we will be able to play bishop f6. So this is what modern chess is about, you know. We very often play with structures that we were not even allowed to play in our childhood. To think about, yes. So, and somehow, let's say, after bishop f6, g takes f6, how can we evaluate this position? Black has this powerful knight on d3, so the rooks are out of play, and although the the structure surrounding the pawn structure surrounding the king is completely destroyed, you cannot, throw your pieces at the king. And even if you will manage to bring your queen to h5, so king g7 will protect everything. So actually,
This is
maybe
interesting.
here
This is
it's fine.
But I would start trying to get rid of this knight on
Mhm.
d3.
But I can keep it there, no? So
Yeah, well, I want to
okay,
I
you
want to
want-
target the pawn on
Mhm.
c4 and force the knight to leave. And if I manage to drive this knight
Mhm.
away, then you might start feeling this the issues of
And the rook d7. It's very interesting. Yes, like I don't know. I wouldn't actually consider to play this position with black because of the way the king is exposed. But king's safety first, of course. But computers proves us wrong all the time. So,
might well be yeah.
but what
This
happened
is
in the
interesting.
game?
But in the game,
Mhm.
Vital chose to go for
Did
for
he
the
take on e5?
for the he played knight c5
Knight
here.
c5. Mhm.
Knight takes. I
Maybe
think.
his idea is to play bishop f1 and to get back the pawn on c4
I think you're absolutely
and to
right.
have this d6 square available.
And the tactical justification here for this idea is that I think he is in
Even a
time.
bishop a3.
Yeah, but bishop a3 maybe he chose another way. He chose to play queen c3.
So this
here.
is the actual
This
position.
is the actual
Mhm.
position here. Pavel just took on c5. What do we say about this position?
Well, it's a positional sacrifice of a second pawn. Yes?
Yeah, there's two
He
pawns down,
yes,
but
he
he's
activated his bishop. I like
he's
it.
planning.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Mhm.
planning to collect them all.
Initiative is worth 2 pounds, 3 pounds a piece. It's just
Sometimes,
But
yeah.
he got back, bishop d6, bishop e5.
So
I
what
really
he
like the
played
way
bishop
he
a3,
played.
yes, and now he
He played bishop
played
d6.
bishop d6.
Mhm.
Uh,
No, rook b2, bishop
Rook-
b3, queen b6 was
sorry,
played.
queen
Mhm.
b6. Yeah,
Because
sorry.
then rook b2, queen c7, but then bishop d6 with the tempo, and queen c8, bishop b5. And
This
now
is-
he played the 4. A very powerful play from Avital.
Yeah, I like what he did. I like
Mhm.
a lot.
Maybe
And now this bishop,
Pavel was
this
not really precise.
I think
during this
it's a
phase of the
very
game.
deep
So-
sacrifice by
Mhm.
Vital, and
Queen
then
e6 was played and f4. Mhm.
and he achieved exactly what you wanted to
Yes,
achieve,
but
right?
with-
But from
with-
the other side of the
With a
board.
powerful bishop on e5.
So this is really
is a
really
completely
exciting
different position,
decision by
yes, so,
Vital.
Knight d7 and bishop g7. Like
It
knight
has been
d7
played.
was
Wow.
played, yes, and bishop g7.
Wow, this is interesting.
I think that Avital is cruising to victory. So what did he want to play? f6 here, bishop a6, then h6 maybe. What did he miss? Maybe f6 simply rook
F6
d2.
is the idea, I think, but rook d2.
But I think
you're right.
f6 was played,
Was
and
played?
then let me see. Yes, and rook d2. Yes, because he is attacking the knight on d7.
Yeah, black is in trouble
Mhm.
here.
What can you play here? Knight c5 was played, but then you can take on f6. Okay,
Yeah,
I think
it
that's
just
yes.
collapses. Yeah.
Okay, let's
Okay, so
You know,
Avital is going to
get back
beat
to
Pavel.
Peter's game because
Let's
Ido,
go back.
from what I saw, has only 10 seconds. I don't
Oh,
know how
let's-
is the position.
Let's see. Maybe we
Let's,
can see the video.
Mhm.
on
Let's
the-
get back to the video because I think that Peter is completely winning. Yes, and he goes for queen g6
and
and
e7 or
and
what's on
rook
e7? Yeah,
e7.
rook e7.
well, he sacrificed the rook, of course, but you cannot take it. and
the
Ido
knight is
resigns.
pinned
Yes,
because the queen is
becau-
falling. We don't
No, no,
quite see that.
not only the queen, but the mate on g7.
Oh, there's
of-
also a mate.
Yes,
But you
there's
know,
also
I
mate.
was once told that if you can win a rook or give a checkmate, you should always take the rook.
Yes, but the checkmate in one. Yes.
But
So
because if there is no checkmate, you're still a rook up.
when the checkmate is complicated,
Okay,
but this
yeah.
one, okay, that was very but we will get back to
We'll
this
get
game.
back to it.
So 7 seconds for Vasily.
Let's
yes.
go to Vasily
and,
to the
9
video of
seconds
Vasily.
for Evgeny Posny. So
Wow.
what is the position?
Wow. What a drama is developing. But Vasily is actually completely winning there.
Yes, of course. He kept his
He has
Extra
an extra
exchange, yes.
exchange and virtually two pawns that will just march unless
Being
of
an
course
exchange up is having a
bearing
rook, yes, against the
any
bishop.
disasters and blunders, it should be an easy win, even because it should be said that we are playing with an increment, right? So
And
Vasil
yeah, he
exchanged
took
the
on e6,
queen.
yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, because you will need to bring your bishop to e6 in order to protect, the f7 pawn, but very often you blunder it because all the rooks on the 7th rank,
well, too many rooks
yes,
for
there
white.
are too many threats. So
So
both
the
of our
winners
leaders,
keep going, and what is going on with
Borukhovsky Vital won. Okay, but
Smirin
then
Dubov? The only one who can keep up with the leaders is Ilya Smirin.
We said that black was too slow, but look at this position now.
Too fast. Wow, and
Daniil
e3, look at
Daniil
this.
Daniil is a magician.
He
I don't know
is
how
a
he
magician.
creates
He is a magician out of
those
nowhere.
positions. Yes, exactly. Black magic.
Of course, the pawn cannot be taken because of checkmate. Look at this beautiful checkmate on a4. We can maybe we don't have enough time. Let's see the full video maybe.
But I think that Ilya was forced to sacrifice his rook for the bishop, and
he
actually
did. And now the pawn on e2. The question is this enough for a win for black, or is just going to be a draw?
He after e3 he played rook d8, e2. Let's
e3.
just get.
Let's get to the game.
Rook d8, e2, rook d7.
Took the only way to do, right?
The perfect way, to stop the pawn.
Yes, and now the pawn will be pushed
and h4.
Forward. Yeah, that's
king
what's
c6
going on.
and king b4.
And I think eventually they will exchange the pawns. The e pawn will be exchanged for one or two of those.
So what a miss for Ilya. Yeah, it's a draw,
It's a draw, yes, and he is visibly.
He will definitely,
very,
regret it, yes, because he was completely winning, and sometimes those conversions are not easy.
It's never over until it's over.
It was a technical position. You needed to convert a technical position, but I don't know how Daniil does it.
That's actually one of the things that we have in a couple of decades, probably since the computer started playing so well. They are showing the resourcefulness of every position, right? And the best players in the world, like Daniil, they know they are very slippery.
And they they also helped us to sharpen our tactical vision, to look for unusual tactical motives, so this is it. And what was the last game? And Jordan Van Forest, he beat Maxim Rochstein.
He eventually beat Maxim.
Yes, so what is the final position? This is the final position. We don't have it. Okay.
I don't have.
So we have 4 decisive games. It started,
as we hoped for.
Yes, as we hoped for. Only one draw, and what a draw it was, because they were actually going for another decisive game. So both leaders, they won.
They won, so they are now on 5 out of 6, but
Peter
they have
Svidler.
both to play. Still, they have to play Daniil, I think.
Yes.
Dubov. So it will be interesting. And if Dubov wants to come back into this tournament, he needs to beat both of them, and he can complicate the matters on the top of the tournament, but the gap from the 3rd place just widens to a whole point, because Ilya Smirin was half a point. He was a full point behind.
Yes, he was
so
a full point.
Now
back,
it's
so
now
he
it's
had
1.5
points. Yes, so now it's in the 3.5. So well, 3 more exciting rounds ahead of us. I think that we will go on a small break, because we desperately need to fix, all our games, because we need to watch them and to go through them and to scream, So wait for us for a few minutes. We will be definitely back, and hopefully everything will go on smoothly from then.
See you soon.
Dear chess friends, welcome to Jerusalem. And the 7th round of Jerusalem Masters is about to start. Grandmaster Alik Gershon, what is your expert opinion about
I'm
the
having
next
fun.
round?
I'm having a lot of fun. We see that really Peter Svidler and Vasil Ivanchuk are running away from the field.
They're
But-
playing like juggernauts, Visha Anand taught me this word, so just cruising.
They're cruising, but it might be getting down to photo finish, and it will be blitz games if
Exactly.
we're tied, right?
Maybe we'll have an exciting tiebreak. Let's not run ahead of us. Yes, so 5 out of 6 for both players, Peter Svidler and Vasil Ivanchuk. And what I wanted to tell you that with his win, Jordan Van Forest, he caught Elias Mirin, so he's climbing up the standings. So shared third, fourth, Jordan Van Forest and Elias Mirin. And Daniil Dubov is on the 5th place, only with 3 points out of 6, only on 50%.
So I think it's hard to say about they will be in contention for first 2 places. With 3 rounds to go and 1.5 points, it's really quite a big difference.
Yes, but we have
to
an
catch.
exciting finale ahead of us because Daniil is going to be the troublemaker. He's playing against Peter and he's playing against Vasil.
Oh, okay. So this is
Yes.
going to be fun to watch for
And
sure.
what are the prizes? Because we mentioned $30,000 for the first place, but you get $20,000 for the second place and $10,000 for the third place. And the fourth is already $5,000. So, there is a huge difference between
A lot to
yes,
fight for.
the medals, and the other prizes. So, if like a word about the Jerusalem Open tournament, which is also organized at the same time. So more than 300 participants in this event, I think 308, to be exact. And I wanted to tell you, so who is leading this event? So
Yali Sokolovsky,
yes.
he's an extremely talented
but a lot
Israeli
of players
youngster.
tied for the first place. So
With
Yali
5.5 out of 6, yeah, we have a
6.
6-way tie.
Mm-hmm.
All Israeli tie, yes?
Yes.
And
You have
Lucas
Lucas Van Forest,
Van Forest who
with 5 points out of 6. Jordan's brother, who is also playing in the open event. So, he's still
He's still
He's in the
very well in
contention, yes, for
contention,
the
of
first
course.
place,
Yes,
so.
and we have the first places are Yali Sokolovsky, Yanai Ben-Ari, another very young and talented Israeli player, international master David Gorodetsky, a veteran Viktor Michalevsky, and Benny Eisenberg, also another. So we see
and Nadav Zimmer.
and Nadav Tzemach, he is in a FIDE master.
Mhm.
So we have really youngsters that are coming and playing very well, as we can see in this tournament.
So what are the pairings for the 7th round?
Okay, so the 7th round we'll see Ido Gorstein playing Avital Borokhovsky. Yevgeny Posny with white against Peter Svidler
Mhm.
will naturally focus on this game because it has a very big implications for this
Jordan
final
Van
stand.
Forest against Vasil
Vasil Ivanchuk. This
Mhm.
could be also a very, very interesting
Might
game.
be
And
the clash of the round.
yes.
Mhm.
And Daniil Dubov against Maxim Rothstein. Maxim is struggling, and for Daniil, this is really this is really his last chance to. As you said, he's gonna be our
Yes.
troublemaker today. So if he wants to really be in any contention for one of the 2 first
For the
prizes,
top prizes, yes.
he needs to beat Maxim. And oftentimes, so yesterday you had a bad day, especially in rapid tournaments. So you had a bad day. You put it aside. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. You start. And in rapid games, especially in rapid tournaments, when you get into the rhythm, you can win many games in a row. So
Okay, but there are only 3 games left.
okay,
Yes.
but
3 bullets left.
3 bullets exactly.
And Pavel Ilyanov is facing Elias Mirin, and so far Ilya is having a very good tournament. He
So
made a very solid draw against Peter Svidler. He was about, he was on the brink of winning his last game against Daniil Dubov, and he won a few games. So like it's a very solid performance. Would you expect that Ilya would have such a performance before the tournament?
well, Ilya, if he's in form, he can play brilliantly, of course. And we can see that he's in good form, and I'm very happy for him. Although he still needs to keep up on this pace for three more rounds.
And of course, experience is a
Is the
very
key word.
valuable thing. And so, what the round is about to begin. What should we say? Batzlacha, yes.
Batzlacha, good luck,
Yes, good luck
yes.
to
And
all players. My Hebrew is improving, so it's been my like
By the hour.
20th time, in the country. So, Beretz. And then, maybe at the
maybe
end.
our next broadcast will be in Hebrew already. Yes?
Also, the thing is, like, when, I love languages, and of course, it gives you such a unique opportunity also to understand a different culture, traditions, but I need to read. It's not easy. So I have to spend some time. And to learn. So because you cannot master language without reading. At least for me, like on a level that I would love, to express myself. So it's like, yes, I in the everyday life, yes, I understand a lot of things. Be careful at the poker table, for those of you.
Poker is forbidden in
Yes,
Israel. So
No, but sometimes when I play a tournament, now and then, I do see Israeli players on the poker table, and they would never expect me to understand,
yeah, absolutely.
And so that's a very precious information.
Well, now you gave it away.
Yes, I gave it away, but
live.
that's okay. I'm not calculating anything, only on the chessboard. So the round,
maybe we can see
hasn't started yet. Yes.
The venue, the hall.
Let's have. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
people are getting ready. We see the first. This is the open section. We see another veteran here on the right side.
Players getting seated. This is such a beautiful energy. Alik, I wanted to ask you before the round starts. You started playing chess at a very early age, like all of us, have you always felt at your place at the tournament hall, or like did it take some time? Did you feel well?
Oh yeah. I absolutely love the atmosphere of the tournament. I have a confession. I didn't always feel comfortably preparing for tournaments, but during the tournament, I loved this atmosphere. I loved
meeting people, playing games.
Meeting people, and this nervousness before the round begins, before the tournament begins,
and playing against an opponent,
incredible.
So nowadays, it's a luxury. It's like we're looking at the screens all the time. So I think like it's one of these fields where you still have the opportunity to engage yourself, in a battle of the minds, So
and analyzing the game after the game, right? With your opponent sitting and going, it almost disappeared nowadays because everybody goes to their computer and they check their games.
And there's no more pleasure, I think. So let's get back at the standings. We will show you the standings before the beginning of the round. So 5 out of 6 for Vasil Ivanchuk and Peter Svidler. Let's see who is going out with,
It reminds me a little bit the Olympiad with Arjun and Gukesh scoring 4 out of 5 out of 6, 10 out of 11, right? Eventually.
Yes, but you are it's very inspiring.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 3.5 for Jordan Van Forest and Evgeny Postny. No, Jordan Van Forest and Ilya Smirin. Yes. Then 3 points for Daniil Dubov. So those are the first 5 players. And then Israeli players are trailing, but you have Avital Burukhovsky, who scored a very important win against Pavel Ulyanov, so he caught him. Both of them, they have 2.5 points. Then you have Maxim Rothstein with 2 points. and Ido Gorstein and Evgeny Postny with 1.5 points. And Ido actually scored 1.5 points yesterday in the first two games.
Yes.
You know, so
Yes.
that proves that this tournament is really very tough.
If we needed any proof before that, but that we discussed
you always
it, right?
need some empiric evidence, you know. It's like
But we discussed it yesterday. So you start as an underdog, and then you go in the very first round, you win a game, and then something clicks, something changes in your mind, and it can play a very bad tricks on you. So
yes, maybe you're looking suddenly, you know, you're okay with the 2.5, 3 points, but when you start with a bang and then 1.5 out of 2, you're looking maybe at +3, +4. Why not winning a tournament? Yes, this.
But I'm sure he has a very, very bright future ahead of him, and this is the first really, really strong such tournament in his career. So I'm more than confident that he will be back to show much better results. And even in this tournament, he still has 3 games to prove.
And of
himself.
course, this is a very valuable experience, you know. So how do you deal with pressure? And of course, what are those players made of? You know, you feel it.
Yeah.
You know, so when you play against the elite players, you do feel, you know, their presence,
especially
the quality of their game.
When you're hurt and they smell your blood, yes.
So the round, I think
everybody is seated. They are ready.
Someone is running, yes. So the round is about to start. Now on your screen you see the CEO of the Israeli Chess Federation, that was Gil Borichovsky. Actually Jordan is waiting for Vasil Ivanchuk. Maybe that's the reason.
That's the real
yes,
reason.
of course. So, okay, now we know it. Maybe Vasil is preparing. You know,
might well be
one
that,
last line, one variation that he forgot to overview.
And
but
the clocks have started, and I think
in the open,
Jordan does not start the clock, which is
understandable. You know, it's like I'm always waiting for my opponents.
Very ethical, unless you are obliged to start. Sometimes they force
the
you
arbiter,
to. The arbiter starts the clock.
He pushes the buttons. So, but let's. We have a few other games. Yes. I think. Okay, Vasil has just arrived, of course, and
this will be one. This will probably be our key game for the round.
The key match for this round. So, will Jordan play e4 or d4? Hockey goes for e4, and Vasil very often plays e5. So that's what we see on the board. And knight c3. Look at this, Alik.
Oh, this!
Yes,
I used to play it when and it was my favorite actually.
Knight c3, knight f6, d4, queen d4. Okay.
Romance in the building.
So we were talking that, you know, everything is lost nowadays, no more poetry, but look at that. e4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, and queen c4. Oh my god, this is something completely new. Because usually you want to play your bishop, you know.
You want to play c4, yes. But Jordan seems to somebody who knows what he's going to do, what his game plan. And he wants to start Vasil thinking from the very beginning.
I think that now we can focus on our screen. I think we have the.
So this is the position.
But not queen d3, queen c4.
I
know what happened. Wait.
No, it's.
I know something happened.
Queen no, it's a glitch.
It's a glitch. Okay. I think something happened. Yes. Okay. So it's a glitch.
So queen c4. So this is the right. This is the right position.
Yes. So this is very often when you are playing, let's say, against the variation of 2 knights, and you are also playing knight c6, knight f6. Then with the knight on d4, you play bishop d4. I'm thinking, okay, what is the difference here? Bishop b4, maybe bishop d2, the same, or what?
Probably.
What do you play here? But then.
And the point is that your pawn is protected.
Protected, yes? Of course. So what? How can we continue here? Bishop
I-
b4, bishop d2. What's the
Castle?
castle? Yes, of course. And then probably Jordan is planning to castle long.
Castle long,
Mhm.
so to make us happy?
And the thing is, so well, very often black plays d5.
Yes, but
here
now
with the
it's
queen
very
on
difficult,
c4 and
yes?
yes, and with the long castle, then, but then you have to play with probably with d6, bishop b6. No,
Yeah, so
something
we need to
more
find a way
more
how
pragmatic. Yes.
we can make the queen.
Okay, so let's put the long castle on the board.
No,
Mhm.
actually, if Vasil played
Vasil played something
a6,
else.
if we trust
And
the board,
bishop. Okay,
a6 is
bishop
is
f4.
interesting.
Mhm.
Oh, the idea is, so he is trying to exploit the fact that the queen is on c4, and how you do that by attacking it,
Mhm.
and b5 b4 is actually, I think, Vasil's idea, because then how do you place your queen? How do you place your pieces generally? So, for instance, if you just ignore it with knight f3,
Mhm.
well, I cannot ignore it with knight f3. The program will not allow it. Although I'm pretty sure it is a valid move, but.
Mhm.
Uh,
So knight
so-
c4.
But
yes,
Jordan played bishop
Jordan,
f4
yes.
here, yes?
He played bishop f4, and Vasil still goes for b5, which is his original idea. And what was played? The queen went to d3, I suppose. Yes, somewhere. Mhm. I don't know what is going.
Maybe
Yes,
we
the queen
can
d3.
let's
yes. Mhm.
let's see the
Yes,
board
b5, b5,
in
queen
full
d3.
screen, and we'll
Mhm.
be able to follow.
And does he go? And he goes bishop c5. Okay,
So he does not push yet.
No.
He does not push the pawn yet.
It's very interesting. This setup ignores completely that white was threatening e5. Because now that so
But
after
now after e5 there is knight g4.
knight g4
probably, yes?
exactly. So that's what we have to show. b5, queen d3. Can we show it? Yes. So bishop c5, bishop b4 with the idea of playing e5, or maybe simply also to castle long. Maybe castle long is also a better idea. And then after e5 here, maybe even like knight g4 or queen e7, like in Scotch. No, but I'm not sure about like knight g4. Bishop g3 also, you can protect this. So
Yeah, but the e5 is problematic. Yes, the e5 pawn. If we castle,
can you take it? No, but then you have this queen e4, maybe queen e8. Who knows?
this is
It's
quite
a very
interesting,
strange
no?
position. Yes. The idea, of course, behind this very peculiar opening is that to make Vasil think. And Vasil is a very creative player. So that will mean that he will always consider a few possibilities, lose a lot of time, and he will try to punish, maybe this bold opening, choice. And I think that Jordan is actually counting on it.
Yeah, he
So
wants to.
Psychologically, it is a very interesting choice. So bishop b4 and bishop c5 was played, and now Jordan is puzzled. So
Jordan is puzzled
yes,
after
bishop b5, queen d3. So this is the position
this is
on
the
the
current
board.
position.
So he
castled.
castled,
Yes.
but then what was the last move? Because it seems that he's still thinking. Unless that our screen is frozen as well. So.
No.
And
he
castle,
is thinking.
and
the
castle,
castle
okay.
short.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Castle
Vasil
short, okay.
Castle short.
So castle
Okay,
short. So, but what if I play? He castled. Black could have taken
Black
on
could have
f2. Yes,
taken on f2.
but
yeah,
after
we have
e5,
to
I
consider
think
it,
this
yes?
is
e5
going to be a catastrophe.
absolutely after
Or yes, because you will double attack maybe with queen f3 if you go knight g4. So castle is a very good move.
and now Jordan protects the pawn with f3. And actually, after those opening moves, we kind of got a normal position where
with the only difference that in the normal position Black really wants to play d5 and the pawn is not on b5, but
Yes.
now I think you have to opt for d6.
Well, I
And
wanted to say a normal Sicilian-like position, right? When you play, white plays a 4 g4 g5, and black pushes the pawns on the queen side.
look at this. I think he played d6 and then bishop g5.
You see, this
Mhm.
is almost Sicilian. Just move the pawn to e7, and then you're there, or at least.
It's a very
halfway.
strange Sicilian.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so white played bishop b4, bishop g5, and claiming that, even though you're not supposed to move your pieces in the opening like a few times, because the bishop cannot retreat, from c5 to e7 anymore, so this pin is going to be very uncomfortable. But then h6.
H6
It's a very
is
useful
played
move.
by Vasil.
Bishop
Bishop
h4.
h4 probably we want to keep, unless there is an argument to take on f6 immediately. I don't see why we would want to do that. So bishop h4.
Well, you can take on f6 and
Although
play knight
Jordan is
d5,
taking
of
the time
course, yes.
to think, yes?
And h4 is completely crazy, yes, because it is, you don't have enough, pieces.
Yeah, actually,
attacking.
but actually, this is a very valid point that you're saying here.
Just wanted to mention
Yes,
it. Yes,
this
of
is
course, very often we are tempted to play h4
h4, the
with the
point-
queen on d3. I'm thinking the x-ray, this h7
the
square, but
point
yes,
being that
but maybe knight h7 and then
maybe
yeah.
knight e5 even first to
Ah,
make
knight
sure
e5
there are
first,
no
mhm.
surprises with e5.
No, okay, this is too much. Of
And Jordan
course.
did play bishop h4.
Mhm.
Maybe Almira, let's go to
Yes.
other games.
Let's move to the game between Evgeny Posny and Peter Svidler. We know that Evgeny is a very solid player, and very often he opts for his beloved Catalan, or if you're getting the bishop on g2. But here, d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3. Peter played also a6. It's a useful move, which
It's
can
a useful move. I remember when
and very popular lately.
when it started in the Slav
Yes.
with a6, and Korchnoi was very vocal against this move of a6, and he was saying that this is a stupid move. This is basically a waste of tempo.
Viktor
but
Lvovich is very vocal
about many things, yes.
Yeah.
But
But
it still is a very popular
But I think
line.
it's so important to have a very strong opinion. It means that he analyzed a lot of things, so it's not just something emotional.
Absolutely.
It is an opinion. So, but after a6, almost always players now they take c takes d5. They are transposed into a Carlsbad structure.
Absolutely.
But and claiming that a6, is will not be necessary in some positions, but I
Although in
find it
Carlsbad it
Yes,
is
it's
played
always
many
useful,
times,
of course.
but it does allow white to get the setup.
But look at this, knight c3 and h6.
Yeah. Well, h6
He
is
doesn't want.
understandable,
Yes,
right?
he doesn't want to allow knight f6,
the-
bishop g5.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So knight f6 will be almost automatically and almost always met with bishop g5. So black goes h6.
Mhm.
Again, this is the modern theory. You try to squeeze those nuances.
And to play bishop d6 immediately, exchanging the dark square bishops. So and Peter goes for immediate c5. After knight
e5
e5,
and
he yes.
c5.
Mhm. So what
And Peter is
is
playing.
the position right now?
He's actually behind on the clock now.
Mhm. What is the time?
So Peter has 9 minutes according to my screen, and Evgeny 11 and a half minutes.
Mhm.
Peter has 9 and a half.
And another thing where it actually appears to be very useful. So if you go for this plan with c4, what Peter played, you can play b5 immediately. Actually, he played c4, and now after bishop b1, you can go for this plan with.
And now the move
Yes.
a6 becomes very apparent why we did that. And
It's,
is this on the board or?
Yes, it's on the board.
That's on the
But
board.
the thing is here, of course, when black plays b5, very often you have to strike in the centers. So I don't know if e4 immediately
But it
is
has
possible.
to be, right? It has to be checked for sure.
Yes,
by
you
both
have to
sides.
check it, of course. So what can we do after e4?
Maybe bishop b7.
We cannot play b4. Yes, so we have to
Let's-
protect the
yeah,
pawn.
let's see. If before, then just.
No, but the thing is, yes, then the pawn on c4 is
C4
yes,
is
is going
falling
to
apart
fall.
because you don't. And
Mhm.
even queen c2 with the bishop on b1 is very strong at attacking the king. So of course this is out of the question.
But maybe e4, then you need to take and to open the
So-
big diagonal.
Yeah. So my
for the
question is,
bishop,
do
yes.
we take or do we maybe play bishop b7?
I'm afraid of knight
we don't have
f7,
time,
e5.
yes?
I don't even know if it works or not. Some tricks.
But it's worth showing, right?
Yes, but maybe
Knight
then you
f7,
simply have
e5,
bishop
But I
c7.
go
the-
bishop c7.
But okay,
and-
the thing is, I want to take the knight, then give queen h5 check, and probably, you know, I'm mating you.
You're
So
probably you
point
probably
is-
already have, yes.
Who knows? You know.
Oh,
so
you
the-
know. Of
this
course you
is-
know that you just mated me. So
And
the
then-
point being that this just loses to f7, and if we go with the king to f8, then
So I was lucky as usual, you know.
luck favors
So
the
actually,
best.
this is maybe an interesting threat. Yes.
This
so
is
e4
it
and
is.
knight
So
f7,
e4
e5.
is
Mhm.
very very valid.
But then maybe that's why you have to take, and maybe.
But if you take, then we take.
Okay. And how
and I
to
think
react
this
here?
It's I think it's on the board. E4, knight e4 is on
Yes,
the
I
board.
think this is the position on the board. Okay, let's see. b5. I don't have the moves.
So the point
as
is,
well.
if
Mhm.
black takes on e4 now, maybe this
Maybe
is
you
one.
can play rook a7, rook e7.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's
so
what I want.
this is also useful because now that
want
the
to
pawn is on
suggest.
a6, yes, rook a7, rook e7, or
Or bishop b7.
Yes.
Try to exchange those bishops.
Mhm.
But again,
And,
white does seem to be.
maybe queen f3. Should we improve?
I even wanted to go somewhere
Queen h5,
deeper to h5,
mhm.
but maybe it's nothing. Yeah. Queen h5. I like your queen f3 because
So I
we
wanted to,
prevent,
yes, to
the
prevent
bishop,
bishop
from
b7 and also to protect the bishop on f4. You never know. And the bishop on
But
e4.
okay, then we double and we want
Mhm.
to start bringing our pieces out.
Mm. Actually, like white's position.
Uh,
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
it looks better. Maybe even some queen g3.
I think Evgeny managed to seize the initiative. And
Absolutely.
e4 was a very
Absolutely.
important move. And you don't
Maybe
have
he-
to waste the
maybe
tempo
he heard you.
playing a3, you know. Yes, I don't know. and then
Peter took on e4.
he's
in fact,
playing
and
very
played probably
energetically.
rook a7, I think.
Mhm.
We cannot see that, but that's the only
Evgeny is very concentrated.
rook on a7.
Eager actually. He knows that he's better.
Yes.
That's the posture of a person who knows that he's much better and
but
that he has to find
the
something
distance
very
is big
precise.
between being
Yes.
better and beating
Exactly.
Peter, right?
Yes, it could be even a pawn up, you know, that's still not a win. Okay, next game, Pavel Ilyanov and Ilya Smirin.
Let's
Mhm.
see that.
Because Ilya is sharing
Oh.
the third place with Jordan Van Forst.
We have a Benko.
Mhm.
We have a Benko, and it's
And-
quite a typical Benko, actually. Let's
And
go
white
on.
played e5, e6, which is also a very thematic idea.
Yes.
Mhm. And
Oh, but
knight
it's-
g5.
No,
then.
it's not a Benko.
It's
a
a
king's-
modern, yes, with the
It's a King's
King's
Indian,
Indian,
which
because how did it
transposed
start?
was transposed
Mhm.
into a Benko. Yes. But it's almost but this is a Benko that white in Benko usually white loses the castle because black
taken on f1.
yeah
yes?
black
Mhm.
is in time to take on a6 and before white plays e4 and then bishop takes f1 and white has to waste a lot of tempi in order to get the king to safety, and here actually white has many more moves.
Mhm.
uh,
But here, okay, that's what I wanted to say. It's a very thematical idea. So you play e5,
e5
e6.
if you are very lucky. In Benko you
Yes.
normally don't get to that.
You
to
don't
do
have
that,
this
yeah?
chance because you already have the knight somewhere on c7, you know.
Exactly, and
And-
here you just this
But
is like
how
a
is it? Because
dream
what I
Benko.
know, like from the modern, you know, very often even if white succeeds, it's a double-edged position. So white plays knight g5, and you can always protect this pawn knight c7 there. So
Yes, but here I think
Mhm.
you have much bigger problems because
Mhm.
the knight will jump eventually to d5 somehow, and you're a pawn down.
And I think that's actually what happened in the
Knight
game.
c7
Knight
is
c7, d takes
d takes
c6, and
e6, knight
knight
b6
b6.
probably.
Mhm.
That's the
And
move.
f5. Okay,
Yeah,
what an
that makes
interesting
a lot of
game.
sense
Mhm.
because you cannot you cannot take with all your pieces. Now look what's happened. All your pieces on the queen side, and the king is basically left alone with two guards against the whole white army, and this pawn on e6 is dividing the whole board in two.
And Pavel is absolutely right. He has to use this momentum, to launch an attack, which might be absolutely decisive. But
But
then the queen is also out of play, not only the knights, and very often you need your queen, to be able to defend. But how can you bring it
but you know what
back?
surprises me?
Yes,
That the
what?
computer says it's 0-0 here.
Hmm. the
It's,
com-
it's basically it's laughing at all what I've known through my whole life. That's
But how exactly
how
are you
I think
holding
I
this
think the
position?
point is that you're not really threatening much here because of this pin on the f5,
Aha, so for the moment you cannot take on g6, but then
and it must be something very very concrete because if you let white,
yes, but on the other hand, after f5, what is your next move?
that's exactly what
So
I'm
it's
trying to
because
say.
you black can play d5, maybe, I don't know, like they can also start moving the pawns in the center, maybe bring the queen somewhere. Well, I don't know where. So what if you play d5 here? No, maybe d5 is not a good move because then bishop b4
Ilya
comes
played
with a
queen
tempo.
c4,
Queen c4.
I
So
think.
he,
And it looks very interesting because he wants to exchange to trade the
Mhm.
queens.
So that was the idea. I was talking about the queen that it was outplayed, but the idea is very simple: queen c4 and queen d4, maybe.
And
Yes.
if we play bishop e3, for instance,
Okay.
you just
Mhm.
you don't grab the pawn, of course. I think.
But then no, queen c4 also now because I wanted to play knight d5 first, but I didn't have
But you were
this
waiting for me to
opportunity.
place the
Yes.
bishop on
No,
e3
queen
so you can do it
c4
with the
now.
tempo, right?
In knight d5. I like it. I don't know. I think
Yeah. Actually, so
I'm afraid to take on c3, so I better play knight d5.
I'm extremely puzzled because this
What
it looks like
Alec,
white, but as you said, yeah.
no, but Ilya is in his element. He
This is true.
feels those positions very well. Like he knows every possible nuance. When to take, for example, on c3, when to take on e6, how to transfer the knights. We might feel the pressure and say, "Oh, we're getting mated in two moves," but he first of all calculates very well. So as we remember yesterday, Vasil didn't take on a2. And
Yeah.
cost him a point. So, and he doesn't lose his nerves at all. So he's very clinical in his approach, these positions, and you should be,
Yeah.
because this is as sharp as it gets. He's like a surgeon. Queen
That's a
c4
great analogy. I love it. Yeah.
Queen c4 is a great move. And look at their composure, and because I'm pretty sure that Pavel is looking for something here. But as computer indicates, the position is maybe balanced in this chaos. So it means that every side has
Has its
yes,
trumps,
has a
yes.
trumps, yes, and there is enough defensive resources for black for the moment. But so now you tried rook f4, yes?
I'm trying to prevent you from exchanging the queens, and maybe bring the rook closer to some sacrifices on knight h7, fg6, and with the rook on the fourth.
Can I play
first
bishop
rank.
d4?
Yes,
That was
you
my intention
probably
anyway.
wanted
And
shoot.
I want to play knight d5, but then you claim that you will play rook h4.
I am claiming, and for this I'm going to with the king on h1,
Oh my
not to
god.
get checked.
Yes, okay, so knight something, yes, knight d5,
Knight
and then
d5
rook
and
h4.
But this
then
this is
maybe I
kind
can-
of all in, right?
Yes.
For
You're
me.
not mating me, I can take on f5 maybe, even if you take
With the
on
rook?
h7, yes, rook f5.
I hoped with a pawn.
Mm-hmm. Even if you take on h7,
You just take
there-
on. You
yes,
just
I will
take
take.
here. Yes.
No, I thought you
With
might
the
take
knight.
with the knight, but then and queen g4, but maybe
Yeah.
you're way
All
too
of a sudden,
f-
remember
too
I
far.
said that all black pieces are on the queen side.
Mhm.
Now they're all all of a sudden they're all in the center, and my pieces are where
Maybe here
far
we
far
still
away.
have like queen g4, but also no wait, you can we missed rook f1. You know,
And
so we always
rook
forget.
f1.
We
Yeah. So,
always forget that the okay, that the
but
bishop is not developed. That's how
for
important,
those
of
reasons,
course.
actually Pavel did play something else.
What did he
Sorry,
play?
I will have to refresh the board.
Knight f7.
He
Pavel
played knight f7
Mhm.
exactly.
Okay, but now we wanted to exchange the queens. Queen c4
That's
with
what
the
we
idea
wanted,
of
but
playing.
Ilya is not hurrying with it.
So what is the reason? What is the other alternative?
I think he still wants to do that, but maybe he's looking for
Queen
other
d4,
things.
then maybe take on f5, take on e6.
Yeah.
Can you do this?
The question is, what does white do now? How, do we take on d4 or do we go king h1?
No, but let's try queen d4.
Bishop d4, king h1. Yes.
I thought that even cd4 is possible to win a tempo, but who knows?
You want c
Yes, and now g takes h5. But he wants to play knight h6, knight a5, or something like this, is it? Or bishop h6 here.
Bishop
But
h6.
maybe
I
it's
think
too
you
much,
can
yes.
just sacrifice the exchange.
Mhm.
So for
Knight
it's not even
e6.
a sacrifice because you
Mhm.
have 2 pawns,
Mhm.
or you have 1 pawn.
No, but it's a very complex position. So,
Actually,
and he goes for g takes c5
immediately. Yes.
immediately.
Interesting. So let's see.
But now knight h6 maybe. So he goes for knight h6 because I think that's the idea behind the move knight f7. I don't think that you can take on h6. Like, this might be really very dangerous. So king
Knight
h8.
check. Well, you might.
Do you think he wants to sacrifice, let's say, king h8, knight f7, rook f7, and then you take everything and you play with such a powerful center?
I think this is part. But he took on f6,
Oh, he
and
took-
I
no, he
wanted to
took on
tell you that
h6. Mhm.
take on h6 and queen d4 maybe.
Yes, but
Let's go back.
but the
So-
rook on f8, I don't want to give it away.
But are you in time to take it?
Mm-hmm.
Because
You mean queen d4 here?
queen d4. So this might be interesting. Maybe I cannot play like that. But
Mhm.
for instance,
Bishop b7.
bishop e7.
No. This is too
cb2.
much, I think.
I think it's too much, but
Rook
no,
b1.
they didn't
Mhm.
play that.
Okay, but let's have a look at the game. So bishop h6, rook f6 was played, and he played bishop g5. So probably Ilya is counting on rook e6 here. It's a very sharp position.
Extremely
Mhm.
sharp position. Okay, we'll revisit this game.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Daniil
if
Dubov
Daniil
against
Dubov
Maxim
is-
Rothstein. So what I have here is 7 minutes for Daniil and only 1 minute left for Maxim. But how is the position?
The position is Maxim. I think he is a pawn down, but he is in the driver's seat. I think.
Mhm.
Oh
No, he's
sorry,
a pawn up.
He-
He's a
sorry,
pawn
yeah.
up.
So Maxim is really pressing with this knight on d4 and the extra pawn,
Mhm.
and now he might even win another
And you can't
one.
even play rook d1 with the idea of playing rook d4 because the knight on f3 is hanging. So
So he had to play rook e1,
yes.
rook d8.
And what can you do here?
Black is really dominating in
Mhm.
the center on the open files.
Daniil somehow,
Daniil's
yes, is
doesn't
struggling
find
in
his
this
rhythm,
tournament.
yeah?
Yes.
Doesn't find his
Okay.
rhythm. Okay.
The next game, Vital Borukhovsky won a very important game against Ido Gorstein.
Oh, let's see.
So
And
let's have a
it
look.
looks like a
And it wasn't like a very long game.
Yeah, it looks like
what happened?
what happened. Let's see.
Was a
from the very
blunder?
beginning,
Mhm.
it looks like a blunder. Only 17 moves.
Before, and I
So
have the
it's,
position of.
Queen's Gambit, the modern variation of c5, not so
Mhm.
modern anymore, but so far it's quite known. C5.
Yes, you have to challenge the pawn on
challenge,
c5 with
yes.
b6.
B6, queen b6, b4, knight e4, knight a4. This looks very.
Oh, but
but
now you
e5,
like
yeah.
after knight a4, queen a7. You want to finish the development. So bishop b2 was played, and then Vital, I
E5.
think, went for something very dubious, but the pawn on f2, of course, is hanging.
Yeah,
so
you
he
cannot
yes.
take on e5, obviously.
But then what happened after castle? What do you think?
After castle,
E takes
that's
d4.
what happened. E
that's
takes d4. White took knight takes d4.
Bishop.
Bishop d7, and he fell into this trap. He played rook c1.
Bishop
and
a4 something is.
resigned
Yes.
after knight d4 because
Bishop
d4,
a4.
bishop a4, you just lose.
And you lose a piece. Okay.
This is very unfortunate for Ido.
That's what you said. That he might, that fatigue is becoming a factor, and especially that after losing a few games, you can also lose your sleep, and
You
ruminating. I'm not sure that those blunders are a clear indicator that you didn't have enough sleep, I think, and you still have 4 very strong opponents to face.
Sharks. Yes.
Sharks, yes.
And you remember, I think it was Tal who said that after one loss in a row, I'm playing very strong. After 2, I'm playing extremely strong. And after 3, everybody can beat me. Yes, something like that.
And sometimes you have to change your approach. You might not have this style, but to play a bit more cautiously, to make a draw, just to allow yourself to reset, yes, psychologically.
It's very important, but it's very hard. I don't know about you, but I had a few times in my career that I lost 3 games in a row. It's extremely difficult to recover from that, to regain your confidence, and even
and to have a will to continue.
Exactly.
I think that's the worst part. Well, I had a worse streak. I lost 5 games in a row once, and it was at the beginning of the tournament. I remember it was a long time ago in Moldova, and then, I still came back and I won 5 next game. So
you see, so
I don't know how, but yes, I understand, of course, that emotionally it's very difficult. So let's get back to the games. Peter
Svidler against Yevgeny. So Peter managed to somehow. So we left the game
to gain the control of the game. Yes. Okay.
After rook a7.
So
Yevgeny did not proceed too energetically. He developed the rook
so he
to
played
e1.
bishop g3 after queen
this
e6.
This allows queen f6, bishop f3, and rook e7. So Peter
he managed to coordinate his pieces.
Exactly.
Actually.
So he executed our plan, but with the queen on f6, it is much better. The king feels much better, much safer when the queen is on f6.
And what I think is that Yevgeny completely didn't expect this move, bishop b5. And this shows such a class because what I call it's the art of the exchange. So this knight on e5 is such a beautiful, powerful piece, and even though like the bishop on d6 is a very useful one, to take this decision, and to know that at this moment, yes, you have to take on e5 and to transform the position completely, and as you can see, it changed the character of the game immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is a very beautiful move, actually.
I would actually argue that the biggest difference between an extremely strong player and a strong player is in those exchanges. That the elite player are more aware of those unorthodox exchanges that the mere mortals are.
Of course, and it actually might not change the evaluation immediately, but changes the character of the game. So Peter will develop his bishop, his knight is going probably to c6, exactly what, and then he's deploying all his pieces. Now he exchanged the queen, so he's fine probably.
But again, nothing major. I think the game is still about level, but If I had to pick sides here, I think. But actually, we can stay maybe on this game because they both are down to the last minute, pretty
But
much.
so let's update the position because I think a few moves have been played, and yes, Yevgeny has 1 minute left, and so does Peter. A few seconds more.
I would argue that Black is a bit easier to play here with because he has a very clear plan to put the rook on the c file and start pushing the queenside pawns, whereas White needs to find a way, some plan.
But I think Peter played b4 after king f2.
Makes a lot of sense.
b4 and bishop b1. That's from what I saw. And
So do we play rook c8 here, or?
yes, actually, I like this move because you want to start to continue pushing your pawns. They're already on c4
They're
and
asking
b4.
us to do
Of
that.
course, yes. And look at this bishop on g3. You know, the consequences of taking on e5. Now you feel this.
And
Rook c8 is and Peter played this.
he did.
Rook c8,
Yes.
it's a very important move. The rook on d7 still protects the knight on d4.
And the rook itself is protected, which is also
Exactly.
important.
So what was the there are a few moves that
Rook
were
e4,
played. Rook
I
e4,
guess,
knight
yes.
b5.
Yes, so this has had to be calculated, and then again,
Rook d7.
after we exchange, we
Mhm.
see that the rook is protecting the pawn on c4, which is also important, and we are threatening to play c3. So how can White
And also bishop b5, maybe
protect
it's like,
against
and
it,
the
yes?
end game is
Bishop f5 again? For
is
this reason,
very
I
nice
think
after
I
this.
think Yevgeny just played rook
And
e1.
let me just have a look because I thought that Jordan just won against Vasil
Jordan
Ivanchuk.
beat Vasil.
Yes.
Wow.
So you
Okay.
see, this
Let's
paid
go.
off. This opening choice
Wow.
completely paid off.
So this is a very, very detrimental to our standings.
But
Yeah.
I don't think that it was so easy along the way. You see, they're
So,
still
we
analyzing.
are going back here. Let's just briefly. So what? See
Maybe
what
we can
happened.
get back
We can
to
get
it.
back
Yes,
to-
we know
okay,
the result, but I
let's
think let's
stay
concentrate on
Svidler against.
Svidler's game because I think that this game might be actually of a crucial importance for the standings. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
so far,
if,
but
if
also
Peter wins,
for the
it's
final standings.
with 2 rounds to go, the whole point advantage will be decisive. Probably. Maybe we can just
He already
see
played
the full screen
Mhm.
of the players and follow on screen.
Let's have a full screen because
Looks
I
like
don't know where are the pieces right now. But I think that Peter played c3 anyway. So bishop b4 was played. He played c3 here because he
Bishop f4,
transfers the
C3
bishop
looks-
to
yes.
control take on c3.
Can we see the board on the video?
Take on c3, knight c3.
Knight c3, also another classy move because the immediate
Bishop d3.
desire is to take with the pawn.
And a5 and a3, b takes a3. Yes, I think that Peter is
It
completely
looks-
winning
yeah,
here.
Looks the pawn is already on a2. Yeah, the pawn is already on a2, protected by the bishop and the knight. All Black needs to do now is to transfer the rook to b1, and this will be game over. But how do we do that? Knight has to retreat to d5 maybe, and
Knight d5
yeah, that's what
check.
Peter does. King goes to d4. Rook d8. Will rook d8 happen?
So let's put it on the
So
board.
king e3, knight d.
No, there was bishop
the
d2 played. Bishop
was
d2
played,
first.
Yes, first bishop d2.
Bishop d2, a4.
For
King.
maybe not necessarily.
There we have also a2 somewhere. Also
A2,
thrown
now
as
king
d-
d3,
yes, knight
d5,
d5,
king d4,
knight e7,
knight e7,
and g5,
g4, g5.
g4, g5, knight d5, and king d4. Okay, this is something like
okay,
this,
so this is
and we have no, it was g4, g5. I don't know how we lost the tempo, but let's see.
go back to the game. Yeah, I think we better just look at the screen, the video feed, because we will not be in time.
King e3. Peter is still struggling because
He doesn't find the
yeah,
plan. Yeah, he
yes,
doesn't find
you
this
need to find the plan.
clinching
Yes,
time.
you just need to regroup your pieces. So, but how do you do this? Maybe you should. But if you exchange the bishop, one of
He's
the bishops.
he's visibly very nervous now.
hmm Does he know that Vasil lost his game, or
No, I
at
don't
this
think he
point,
has time to
yes,
for
you're not
anything.
aware of anything? Yes. Okay, so knight.
So knight g2 was played, king
Mhm.
e2, bishop c4, rook d1. It looks
King
like as
d1,
if
yes, knight
sorry,
f4
king
back.
d1.
It seems like a king e1, so king e1 here.
Peter is now he played knight d4, knight
Knight
d3,
d3,
bishop d3, rook d3.
So yes, so this
So
is
this should be completely winning
because
now,
now
of course.
the pawn on f3 is very weak, so
and
that's why
this
and rook
final,
b3.
yeah, he
And
transfers the rook to
Yevgeny
b3.
resigned, a very important win for
Wow,
Peter.
what a game by Peter.
And I don't know what happened in the game between Daniil Dubov and Maxim Stein. I think it was drawn. Maybe it's still, and we still have
no,
one
they're
game.
still, I think
They're still
playing.
But
yeah.
we have one game in progress. Let's switch immediately to this game. Pavel is playing against Ilya. This crazy game. And Pavel is
Pavel
a
is
piece up.
winning.
Yes, so he is winning. Ilya
He
resigned.
already won.
Mhm.
Wow.
I think that after queen f5, king g8, queen d5 was played. Just queen d5 here. King h7, queen e4, king g8, and bishop e5. Very beautiful move.
Beautiful geometry, and now
Because you can take with the queen on g2 and the queen is
queen
lost.
is checked, and it's winning.
But let's have a look at this game because we were
happened
mesmerized,
there?
by the complications. It was absolutely impossible to calculate whatsoever. But I think that maybe this was not really precise. I have the feeling that giving up this bishop after knight h6.
As you said,
yes,
you felt it.
Yeah, I felt yes, because this bishop holds the kingdom.
This is
It's important. So after bishop g5, this bishop
the
took on
bishop,
e7. Yes, exactly. So it became very active. It was sitting on c1, not doing anything, and somehow this is the bishop which dominated the position at the very last moment. Bishop
Yeah,
e5, and
absolutely.
black resigned. So what happened after bishop g5?
So rook f6, bishop g5, rook g6. Bishop took on e7. Queen
So he
e6.
didn't want to play rook e6, but why not rook e6 here? What was there? Maybe something is missing. Simply.
No, probably simply bishop. Is bishop d6 a move?
No.
Or
I wanted to take on e6 before. Because Ilya played rook
Here.
g6 here, but
Yes.
why not rook e6? Are we missing something here?
Why not rook f4?
Rook
I
f4?
would love to play, I think.
You're
To drive your
throwing
queen away.
my queen away, and then
And
what
queen
like
b3 maybe even. No, queen b3 is not a move, but you have to go to all the way to
so
a6.
rook f4 is
And
very
now rook
interesting.
takes f5, and maybe.
So first
that-
you play rook f4, and then rook f5, and then queen h5, maybe on queen g4, and rook f1.
and again, without the bishop on g7,
Yes.
it's.
Okay, I understand. So rook g6, and well, but here after bishop e7, it's getting more and more complicated.
Yeah, and your king is becoming weak,
Very vulnerable.
as you mentioned.
So bishop e7, queen e6, but then what happened?
Rook
e1.
important move. Bishop goes away. Now it's important to keep the bishop, which Pavel does. The pawn is less important. Why didn't we take? Oh, we cannot take on f5 because there is a checkmate.
You know what I'm thinking? It's just while I'm seeing how the game develops, it's just this game is the perfect illustration of a chess struggle. Nothing is clear. Even
Even
not
here,
the
even now,
structure
right?
even now. But every move, is creating a threat. Black is parrying a threat, and it is very complicated. And then at some point, probably Ilya.
Somebody blinks.
Yes, Ilya did make a mistake, but this is how it goes. It's like winning a game on a blunder is easy.
Yeah.
But
But
to
it's
go
never
through all those transformations and then, finally win the game at the end, it's this feeling, that's what I was talking about, the taste of this victory, is very sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more struggle there is, the better you feel after the game.
But I'm not even, I think about that much about the victory, but it's like
The
about the
struggle
battle.
itself,
Yes, the
yes,
struggle
the way,
itself.
yeah.
Yes, that's it's very important. And so, is this already much better for black here, or what do you think?
For black.
For white here, because
Well,
Rook E7
black
is
is
coming.
a pawn up.
Mhm.
So I think, but I would
But rook is,
prefer. Yeah, I
yes,
would
going to
definitely prefer
E7.
to play this game, this as white,
Mhm.
because again, king safety, especially when you're low on time, king safety is so important, because you can create so many more. For instance, so you can try mating from here. You can try to bring the bishop and start attacking the king. And for black, it's much more difficult to.
Actually, I was
handle
thinking
all
about,
those.
yes, another analogy, maybe judo, it's like you're trying to get a grip, your opponent doesn't allow you. You're trying to go through another side, your opponent doesn't allow you. And those matches are actually physically very exhausting, because, it's very easy very difficult to make a difference.
No.
And then, and finally, there is this
You
point.
find a misstep
yes,
and
and then your opponent acknowledges the defeat. But, it's a very interesting game, so
and here
Ilya is creating
slowly
also
but
the threats of
clearly,
his
yeah,
own,
yeah.
but Pavel is, you have sometimes to alternate. You make an attacking move, a prophylactic move, a defensive move, and then this is how it goes. And he finally, oh my God! But this became,
but
very sharp
that's what
here.
happens,
Mhm.
So you dance around, and then you make this one mistake, you get check, you get queen takes c7 and queen takes d6, and all of a sudden you are.
Yes, and he cannot.
But
Was
actually-
he counting? But was he counting maybe on knight g5 here?
Knight g5.
Yes. Let's see.
Let's see. Wait.
Like, I'm not sure. Like here. Yes. Maybe he was counting knight g5. So.
No, but
Oh, wait. No, I'm so sorry. So you see, I'm blundering already. Yes, because I didn't see that the queen is on air. I was only looking at rook
at
g7.
the mates, yes.
Yes, at the mate. Yes.
It can happen.
So.
But I'm not sure what happens here. Is this so bad for black? Because without the rooks, the knight and queen, the queen and the queen and knight are quite a powerful duo. Maybe
Yeah, I think it's.
h4.
Yeah, I was looking at h4, but maybe you
But
can
then
play
f4
f4.
even,
Yes.
yes.
And then yes, you. But g takes f4. How do you take?
Ah.
Because I thought you want to play king f5, queen h7, king f4.
This is nice, but then you probably
But
prepared
maybe
something nasty for me. Yes.
No. Like I thought that I can take queen h5 and the game continues. I have no idea.
Maybe
So-
first check
Ah,
to force you
yes.
to either e3 or f3. Then which I take was a check, and if
Mhm.
the king is on e3, I
Queen
think we're happy with
h5.
here.
But now I will go king d2.
Yeah, well, I think black is not risking to
Mhm.
lose here.
And
Anyway, so
a very important
it
victory
looks-
also for Pavel, because
so now
he
he's joining. I
yes,
think he caught up. Yeah?
joined them, yes, in the standings, 3.5. So Ilya, so
But I
let's
think if you could ask Peter how his ideal result for this round, I think that's the result that he got, right? Because both Ivanchuk and Smirin lost.
Yes, and
And,
then but Jordan
but
won.
Jordan
So
won,
Jordan
so-
is on 4.5 right now. So Peter is cruising
Peter is
towards
on 6.
victory. He is on
Yes.
6 out of 7.
6 out of 7. Ivanchuk with 5.
We have to find out what is his performance actually so far. So it's like those people who played the Olympiad inspired him.
Absolutely.
He said like, why it's like 9 out of 10.
So Almira,
10 out of 11.
if we reverse engineer what happened, so he was Okay, let's not make summaries before the end of the tournament. But I was just I wanted to say that in the Olympiad he was commentating and he saw the people making 10 out of 11. So maybe we should find the next tournament and play ourselves.
Yes, the European Club Cup is. We should definitely try, to. Well, anyway, I think it's very inspiring. So, when is Daniil playing against Peter?
That
When
is the
yes,
big
let's
question.
have a look at the
Let's have a
pairings
look at the
because I
pairings.
think pairings and results. So which is it?
So in the 8th round.
No, they're actually playing in the
In the
last round.
last
Yes,
round,
Daniil with the
okay.
white pieces against Peter Svidler in the 9th round. So the pairings before we go on a small break are Vital Boruchovsky against Elias Merin, Maxim Rochstein against Pavel Ilyanov, Vasil Ivanchuk against Daniil Dubov. So here we are. Peter Svidler against Jordan Van Forest, also a very important game,
key match.
and Ido Gostein against Evgeny Posny. So we are going on a short break and we will be back at 2 more rounds.
Yes, decisive. Hi, welcome back everybody to the last two rounds of the Jerusalem Masters tournament. In Jerusalem. Alongside myself is Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster, and we will try to navigate you through the last two rounds, which are going to be hopefully exciting. And Almira, what's in the cards for us?
Well, first of all, Peter Svidler, if you just tune right now, Peter Svidler is crushing, the competition. He has 6 points out of 7. And the tournament is very strong, as we know. So Vasil Ivanchuk, who was keeping the pace till the last round, he lost a very important game against Jordan Van Forest. So now he is in the second place. But we have the standings for you right now. So let's have a look who has a chance to win a prize or a medal. So Peter Svidler on clear first, Vasil Ivanchuk on clear second, but Jordan Van Forest is in the pack.
On clear third.
Yes, clear third. 4.5 points out of 7.
And
Then,
actually,
if you players
Jordan
with
himself,
3.5.
Jordan himself has opened a gap of a whole point from the rest of the field.
So he's widening this gap. So Daniil Dubov, Vital Boruchovsky, Pavel Ilyanov, and Ilya Smirin are on 3.5 out of 7, which is a mere 50%. But this actually tells us about how strong is this event and how difficult it is to win a game.
Absolutely.
So that's actually enhances the performance of Peter Svidler. He won a lot of games in this tournament. So then we have Maxim Rothstein at 2.5 points and Evgeny Posny, Indo Gershon sharing the last place with 1.5. So the round is about to begin.
Okay, and the 8th round, we see an important clash between Vasil Ivanchuk and Daniil Dubov, while Peter Svidler will play against Jordan Van Forest, as we said before. So these two games are our main games for this round. They will decide pretty much the fate of the tournament.
So how many decisive games for this round?
2.
2? No.
Oh, you mean decisive in a way of wins or losses?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Vital Boruchovsky against Smirin, Rothstein against Ilyanov, Ivanchuk Dubov. I would say 4.
4 out of 5. Just like
That's our average, I think.
Yes, that's our average so far, I think. Like, I don't know what is the percentage, the overall percentage for this tournament of decisive games, but I think it's going to be very high. I am hoping for 5 decisive games.
Okay, I'll take it.
Emotions, beautiful ideas, blunders, seconds left. I want to see it all. And I want to see it now.
I want it all and I want it now.
Yes. So Peter Svidler and Jordan Van Forest are on your screen right now. So Peter, what do you think? Is he nervous a little bit? He knows that this game is going to decide the tournament. I was going to ask you,
yes. So you have been there as an ex-European champion. You have, when you are playing one round before the end of the tournament, you're leading the field and you have white pieces and you know that the last game will be black against Dubov. What are your feelings?
Well, you do want, to end it, before the last game. And at the same time, I also know how difficult it is to make a draw with white when you need a draw. Because the cow format, it has taught a lot about this, because when you win with black, you are completely disoriented because you have no idea what are you supposed to do with white.
You're in a very unusual,
you're in a very unusual situation. So the game have started already.
Okay, we have Dubov against Ivanchuk on our screen.
Maybe if the moral of the story is that for Peter, of course, it's very important not to lose. Yes, like he has to play his game, but it's important, of course, not to lose, because 2 draws will secure him the first place in the tournaments.
Exactly. So you play cautiously, or you play normal?
No, I play, but Maybe the choice of the opening, of course, is important. Well, you are maybe not going for the dragon with h5.
As Daniil but Daniil, on the other hand, of course, doesn't really care anymore about the result.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to play some good final two games, maybe spoil a little bit for those guys, right?
Yeah, and even though that if there is a lot of pressure, you do want to enjoy what you are
Absolutely.
doing. So
Okay, so with Daniil, this is promising to be a very interesting game. We will see how it develops. Let's jump into Svidler against Van Forest.
And look at the position. It was the Slav defense.
The Slav and Peter.
Peter.
So this says a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
C takes d5, c takes d5, queen b3, and this secures a very solid position.
Rock solid, and maybe we will
For
even
black
see
and white as well. But actually here, let's see. Because black actually sacrificed the pawn in this variation, so Peter accepted this challenge. You know, he took on b7. Because normally I think that there's even some kind of forced draw, but let's see. After e5, d takes e5 probably, yes, knight e5, and Peter will have to
Peter is
to finish his development.
remembering the notes.
Yes, he's trying to remember the line. So let's see how it goes.
Black sacrifices a pawn. It should be set in order to get the.
Maybe you cannot start with knight f3 because knight f3, queen f3, bishop g4. You know, so this is something to remember. You still need to be careful. And then queen f4, but bishop g6.
Bishop
No, wait. Rook b4.
Rook b4,
something like this.
Yes.
I remember analyzing something like this, but this is not supposed to happen. You have to be very precise.
And this is not a position you want to play when you need the draw,
exactly.
at least the draw.
We were thinking that this is securing a very solid position, but it does, especially after Peter's move, bishop b2, because you need to play first bishop b2 and knight f3.
Much more
then
solid approach. And this has been played, right?
Yes. So and castle. Okay. So
e7, knight of. Bishop d6, right?
Nothing special, even though that white is a pawn up, you know. But I think that black's dynamic options, you know, provide Jordan with sufficient compensation, you know, in this position. So let's have a look at other games. We'll get back to this one, of course. So
Borukhovsky's Smirin. What do you say?
No, maybe Vasil against Daniil. Yes, let's see. Because we saw that it was a very unusual dragon.
As you said, the dragon. But actually, h5 is a valid move in the dragon. And the point being, of course, stating the obvious a little bit, but why in the dragon, one of the main things that white does is to push the pawns h4, h5 or g4, h4, h5.
It's a new trend, yes, of course. So
yes, and therefore by playing h5 you prevent white from playing that, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you normally don't want to move pawns on the side that your opponent is going to attack on. So,
but what about Vasil's last move? What was his?
Let's see.
Because I have.
So this is also a very normal for the dragon to bring the bishop to b3. Black on the other side wants to put the knight on c4.
No, or very often you take the bishop.
Or sometimes you want
b3,
to, if you're not in time, you want to take the bishop.
A takes b3, castle. Black castle, because here you have to castle, and then Vasil played h3. Well, this desire to play g4 is very natural, but the thing is, so now you can play b4. I mean, you have to start to do some b4, and then if you play knight a4, then I thought that here you have queen a5. Attacking the bishop on g5 and also the knight on e4. So that's why I thought that maybe this is the right moment to play b4. And how can you react? Before knight d5.
Knight d5, that's what was played, right?
It was already played. Okay, and then knight d5. Opening the bishop.
Knight d5, e d5.
Okay, e d5, and then but then you can bring the rook on e1 and attacking the pawn on e7. If this is enough or not, what do you think? We have to make a very energetic move.
We need to
here.
make a move, and a
Yes.
strong move. And Daniil played. What did he play?
I think they're getting there. They have exactly the position we have on the board, and Daniil is still thinking.
He played a5, I think. Yeah.
He did? No, he's still thinking.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Or a5 is already on the board. a5 is already actually on the board, and he's thinking.
Yeah,
So
he played a5, and Vasil brought the rook to e1, as you said, to attack the pawn on e7. And now this is quite interesting. Is we can defend with rook e8. That's the simplest move. But then perhaps knight c6.
e4.
Oh, he sacrificed. Wow. Okay. Now this is going to be firework. So the idea is that bishop takes e7.
It's going
queen
to be
a5.
a race. Yes. Okay. Bishop is7.
If you take the
Can you
queen,
take on
then
b3?
just a takes b3.
Let's say knight b3
This
because
loses. Knight b3 loses beautifully. No.
yes,
I thought I was planning to
but
give a check, but bishop
h6. No, no,
protects.
no.
But
Wait,
we don't
wait.
have to. But we don't have to, because we can maybe just recapture the bishop. Even as simple as that, I think. And now we are threatening to both take here and play bishop h6 ourselves. And Vasil Ivanchuk himself had so many games on the black side of this attack, of these sacrifices. So he knows very well to be worried here with white. I think this is game
But
over. And
a4 is such a beautiful idea.
A4.
You know, it's.
Let's see.
But let's see how can let's say if bishop b7, queen a5.
So bishop e7, queen a5 probably is big trouble for black. But Vasil took with the rook on e7. And the point being that the bishop is crucial to be on this diagonal. And now the whole line, if for instance, if you play queen a5 now, rook takes d7, ab, knight b3, you don't have this check, and you don't even plan to give the check.
Yes, but on the other hand, maybe you can
maybe you
simply
can
play queen a2, queen b2.
But maybe actually,
No?
maybe we can take with the bishop. What happened? Oh, Daniil won.
Daniil won already.
Daniil won.
Oh my God, this is.
Let's see how it happened so fast.
It's a stellar performance by Daniil, but I
Wow.
think that Vasil was very affected by his loss in the previous round.
Okay, we
and
finally
also-
got the
okay.
moves. Let's see
have
how it happened. So after rook e7, a b3. Oh, so he didn't play queen a5 immediately. He first took on b3.
No, but rook e7
And now rook
first.
takes f7. Vasil took on f7. He
And queen g5.
blundered queen g5 and resigned after bishop d4.
No, but because you're losing with bishop b takes c2, queen f5, simply taking
yes.
the rook on d7. That was a huge blunder.
Yes, exactly.
Let's just show
So
it. Yes, he
this
cannot
this
recapture
is
on
just
d4. Yes,
this is just
let's
a
say queen
blunder.
f5
The
and,
king moves, and we just captured the rook, and this is game over. Wow, what a sad blunder for Vasil.
And this is such a turn of events. You know, Vasil was playing very well yesterday, and one loss completely threw him off his game,
Absolutely.
and he was unrecognizable today.
Very tough luck for Vasil.
Okay, so let's.
Even the legends
yes,
have tough
of
moments.
No, but they. That's what I told you. You know, it's not easy to witness those moments actually.
Yeah.
So, but those are the conditions.
Those are,
modern
but
chess,
and you
yes.
predicted that Daniil will be troublemaker.
Okay, so he won his first.
So he
game.
won the
against
game
the
against
leader.
the runner-up, but Now, basically, now if Peter does not lose this game, he will secure sole first
Okay,
place.
so what is the position right now?
Position is.
Didn't
This is
change
interesting.
much.
Didn't change much. White is a pawn up, and the black has an isolated pawn. So, so you would say that white should be more than okay
The
here.
thing is, yes, you need to develop your bishop on c1. Of course, there will be a lot of maneuvering. How are you going to free your bishop? Knight a4, but then.
So, for instance, the first idea is what if can we play b3?
The thing is, when you play b3, there are always a few tactical ideas.
Exactly. So you're afraid of something like this.
Yes,
probably,
I'm afraid of losing the the knight
right away.
Yes, on c3.
But are we losing?
Can we start maybe with another move?
And let's do it.
Let's
how do
see,
you
because
want
I want to keep the knight on e5.
How do you want to beat me?
And maybe we're not losing immediately. It's quite important. Maybe rook c8. Let's bring. I want first to attack the knight.
Rook c8.
Maybe
okay.
then you can play
Bishop b2. Can I?
I don't know. Yes, you can. Because knight f3, bishop f3 is not d4.
You want to somehow open up the position,
yes,
right?
I
with
cannot
d4.
make it work.
How?
It's not easy. Yes. Yes, b3 immediately is a nice idea. So bishop b2 and nothing works. If I play knight c4,
Peter took on e5, I think, if I'm reading the board correctly.
He wants to simplify
and
the position, and it's always good to exchange the very active knight.
Yeah.
But then knight e5, bishop e5,
bishop f3.
f3.
So maybe he's actually not against giving up this. Sometimes the pawn on c3.
Maybe he wants to play knight e2, knight d4, but then black will play knight e4 and throw the rook into attack. You know, he will be able to play rook h6 then, and then you know it's very interesting because so this rook on b6 actually is aiming to h6.
This is very.
We forget about this.
Yes,
forget about those things. But after knight e4, rook h6, and then like liberating the queen, you know. Through c8, queen h3, I don't know, might get dangerous.
So how do we proceed here?
But maybe not bishop f3, or bishop f3 is already
I think it's already on the board.
Yes. So bishop f3 is already on the board. And I wanted to make the move.
Knight e4?
Well, knight d5 is the threat for the moment, yes. So
knight e4 you just blunder.
Because yes, knight e4 is the blunder, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So we need to first to stabilize the position in some way.
Stabilize the position with h5.
I wanted to play h5, but then knight d5 maybe.
Again, yeah. So knight d5 it's actually
is a valid option.
That's how you play against an isolated pawn, right? You don't block it, you just take it.
Okay, the
maybe bishop c6, but then you don't want to block the rook. That's a problem. You don't want to, but maybe sometimes you have to. And
okay,
and we want to play this and d4.
Yes, but okay, this is not bringing you the victory, so much needed victory.
I'm not sure he wants to. He wants
no, the choice of the opening
win.
actually, especially if you're not going for a forced draw at the beginning, maybe it's a clear indication that maybe black wants something more.
And he
wait.
is ahead of time.
No, we tried, I think, all the possibilities. It's like in Daniil's game. Let's take on c3. We don't need this bishop once again. So now the pawn is not okay.
And now you want to play.
Yes, but now Now I want to play bishop h3.
Bishop h3, and he listened to you.
No,
Look at this.
No, he didn't. He didn't go bishop h3 because it's probably a very simple move. He maybe went for something.
But okay, so
but the idea was
yes.
So now the even though we're still a pawn down, this bishop on c1 is never getting into play. So we need to secure the light squares.
Yeah,
so
but Almira, I think I want to play.
You will give it,
I am even willing to give it away.
So, but then you're still not playing bishop b2.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's a very interesting position.
When I do, you'll be in a lot of trouble.
But now I want to go knight e4 as well. Maybe that was his idea. But what did he do?
But he played rook c8 right away. Your plan.
Just
so far.
Maybe bishop h3 was premature. First, he wants to establish the domination on the
Yeah.
white squares. So
And Peter, oh, he played bishop g4, but what did Peter do? He probably moved the queen to d3. Okay, so
Mhm.
he moved the queen to protect, and now bishop g4. This is a very nice positional move, right? Without those bishops, the light squared bishop, if black will have a fantastic grip on the c4 square, and this
no, but
bishop
the
you're
queen,
running
I think the queen is on d4.
on d4.
Yes, the
Okay,
queen is on d4.
but this is a nice tactic. Yeah.
But
Sorry.
that's exactly like it's a similar idea that
Yeah.
we had. Well, and it's an analogy, yes. So you sacrifice the pawn, but your pieces are so active, and the dark square bishop is, well,
Stupid.
for the moment,
Let's
yes.
go.
This is very awkwardly placed on c1, and so I like this play.
And bishop g4 is a very, very strong move.
So he wants to exchange the last active piece, the bishop on f3, and
And can we keep the bishop?
yes, we could.
Maybe we should.
Mhm.
The problem is that
No, you can play
you
queen
cannot
c4,
play
yes, of
this,
course.
right?
Mhm.
This is
Maybe bishop
which
g2 is... and he actually played bishop g2.
Peter played. Yeah, okay.
And bishop g2
Queen
and queen
c6.
c6.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but queen c6, I'm not afraid. I'm willing to give away. As I said, I'm willing to give up this pawn. And I don't think there is... I can be worse there. With the
Hmm.
bishop pair and an isolated pawn in the endgame, even a4 maybe?
But
a4 rook b3 maybe.
I don't think that you are going to take this pawn. You are playing, you have to adapt this posture that maybe you are playing on white, like bishop b2, controlling the, I don't know,
Okay,
the squares, and
I hear you.
Well,
I hear you, and I'm getting ready.
I revealed too much, you know. So
But what did Peter?
And you
Yeah,
want-
Peter
I
played a
want to play
move,
f4.
but I don't think it's not rook e1 for sure. But what did he play?
c4.
c4. Okay, as we said, yeah,
He's
you
given
you
this-
really don't
this
want to
pawn
get
away.
stuck. So,
Mhm.
so the problem is, as we said, you don't want to get stuck with the bishop on c1. So you don't want to allow black to play queen
Mhm.
c4. Therefore, you.
But queen c4 anyway, so what's...
But now we have bishop b2
Mhm.
probably.
Wait. I'm not so sure, because here
Maybe you
after
want to
bishop
play
b2
bishop b2.
Where? No, for the moment,
Here.
no. Queen c4, I like it. Then
Queen
if you
c4,
play
bishop
bishop
b2.
b2, I wanted to play queen c2 because
Rook c-
actually, yes,
Ah.
that's the idea. And then what are you doing with the... because if you're playing rook b1, then okay, this...
Rook b1, I'm not
this
happy.
This is getting very dangerous.
Let's just show. So this doesn't
Mhm.
work because we can just take, and
Mhm.
this.
And the bishop is
and
protecting the rook. So, and while queen c2 is completely
Was queen
immobilizing
c4
your
played?
pieces. Queen c4.
Maybe bishop d2.
Eh,
You
yeah,
know?
bishop a3 was played.
Bishop a3
Mhm.
immediately or after queen c? Bishop
no,
a3
after
immediately.
queen
Yeah.
c4. Mhm.
Okay, this makes more sense.
Okay, I think that this is going to be balanced for a while now, especially that Peter sacrificed back this pawn, that gave it back. So for me, it looks quite fine. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe he even wants to play bishop b7 and threatening the knight on f6 and attacking the pawn on d5. So
Yeah.
let's have a look at the game between Ilya Smirin and Vital Boruchovsky, because I think it's also a very important encounter for the standings. And Avital is doing very well in this position. What do you think?
Extra pawn.
According, yes,
with
to
the
the
knight.
master Natsakanyan, you know,
Yes.
white has an extra pawn.
Yeah,
This is the the very simple evaluation of the position, but now.
I'm
what is the
considering
threat?
knight d6. You will take maybe bishop d4.
You want to exchange the
whenever I see
dark square
this bishop
Mhm.
open, I want to exchange it. But maybe this is not called for right now. Let's think for a bit.
There's no way that I can take on g2.
Can we
because
Get
let's say
greedy.
no, because I thought whenever you play bishop like d4, I'm thinking about things like bishop g2, and I was actually probably right.
Bishop d4 falls into
yes,
bishop g2.
I think so, because I'm always looking
Let's see.
at
And
some
what
tactics
happens?
and maybe simply check.
Simply check on here, and
Yes.
we take back.
Yes, and we take back, and then I'm not
And
sure
you
if
will
it
not
works.
lose.
But maybe yes, maybe I'm losing. Am I losing
But
after?
I
No,
don't have a
the-
good square for the
yes,
king.
I have the check.
Don't
Yes,
have.
yes,
You
because you
will
have to
always
put
have
it
some
somewhere.
check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
So
So Vital is still thinking.
I was lucky once again because I was thinking that I'm losing after 93, but then I thought, okay, yay, like queen g5 check, and and black is
Honestly, I was
completely-
thinking about this move, but this is allowing at least a perpetual for
Yes,
black.
but then
so-
queen h3
Yeah.
and queen g4. I feel that white is having an advantage.
Yes,
so
yes. So
you
no,
are
no need
throwing
to
it away, of
go
course.
into this
Mhm.
one, because here at least black has a draw, probably at most as well, but
Mhm.
we don't really want to do that. So what do we do with white?
But on the other hand,
Is-
maybe there is a threat of no.
do
For the
want to
moment,
play maybe?
we want to take on
Mm.
c4 and to take on b2. I mean black.
I'm not sure, because then rook b1 and we take back on b7.
No, but
and
I'm attacking on f1. Yes, so it's
No, but you mean what? You want to
first-
take
no,
with
no,
black?
yes,
I
yes,
will
mhm.
recapture.
yes. Okay.
But
so-
I still need to make a move as
Mhm.
white.
and but I think we have a move. Queen b4.
Queen
Mhm,
b4.
Yes, because
It's a move.
So,
It's a move.
so now if you take
And now
yes,
he's
bishop c4.
your idea. So
mhm,
bishop b2, we just play rook b1,
mhm.
and this is a dream for us, of course,
Yes.
for as white.
Okay, so this was not a very dangerous threat, but then what to do here? How can you improve?
Probably rook d8. But now white wants to play knight d6. So he protected the
Mhm.
pawn on d2, on b2, and he wants to play knight d6. So it's a clever move. Queen b4.
And if you play something like bishop c6, then you simply play knight d6.
Knight d6.
Yes, because like I
Yeah.
just wanted to secure my bishop, and after knight d6, and then bishop d4. Yes, exchanging.
Exactly.
Yes, this
Normally, to
bishop-
get the knight to d6, you sacrifice a pawn, and then not getting a pawn up. So white is in the driver's
maybe
seat. Yeah?
bishop d4, then queen g5. You have to be careful.
You have
know,
to be
the-
careful, but again, if you're careful enough, I would even, at some point consider. No, but you're right. Bishop
Mhm.
d4, you have to play, and then you just try to bring
Let's say this is the
home.
positional idea we're looking for, then exchanging the dark square bishops, and then we can play b4, b5.
Absolutely.
So it
You just have to
create
be
patient.
patient and minimally careful not to blunder stuff.
Another game. Ido Goldstein against Evgeny Posny.
What is this?
You have this beautiful knight on c3, but what I noticed, that knight on c4 and knight on e5 are also equally beautiful, especially the
Yes.
knight on c4, so maybe this is fine, yes?
Yeah, it's about equalish,
You
I
can
would say.
So what do you...
You will have two beautiful pairs of knights. One's d5, c3,
Mhm.
c4, c5, c4, e5. I
so
would actually prefer
Queen
to play
A3
it
was
with black.
with black?
even. I
Hmm.
feel that it's a bit easier to play
White
with
just
black.
played queen e3, but then how...
The computer is happy with slightly gives a slight advantage to white, but
Mhm. How would
I
you
would
proceed after
feel-
queen e3 and knight d5? Mhm.
I feel that black's moves are a bit more natural here, but maybe I'm wrong.
So if queen f3 and that was played on the board, then simply f6?
Yeah, start asking
Mhm.
some questions. F6.
Yes, and where are you going actually right
You have to go to G4,
Mm-hmm.
and then some Queen C6,
Mhm.
consolidate. So something like that.
Oh, you can go knight g6 as well, and
Knight G6.
knight
And-
f4, but I feel that you need to exchange one of those knights.
And
then-
you kind of.
but knight g6, e5.
I
no,
would
no.
even consider E5.
You
I
would?
think.
Mm.
If I'm
Okay.
not blundering immediately, but I shouldn't be blundering. But then, then your knight gets some purpose on
Okay.
F5. It's too difficult to.
Yes, it's a game. It's probably a balanced game for now. And then
Let's go back to Peter's, or do we
did
have
we
another
have,
game?
we haven't looked at Maxim Rochstein
Let's
and
take a
Pavel
look.
Ulyanov for the moment. I don't know what is going on in these games. So how
So
many?
Maxim.
5 minutes left for Maxim.
First thing we
Mhm.
should note is that this probably loses, right? This looks like a trap
Mhm.
because you will lose one of the pieces, so you cannot take the pawn. And if you don't take the pawn, you will probably try to squeeze it.
But I think, well, Pavel played rook d2 and then bishop b5 was played. He's trying to transfer the bishop on d3 and knight e4
not sure
prevents it, of
preventing.
course. So is white better a little bit, or
Yeah, I like my white
controlling
h4
for the
turns.
moment the d file?
Even
and
though black managed to play h4, the obligatory h4.
but what I'm worried about is mostly the pawn on c5, of course.
Yeah.
It can become a very easy
that's a
target.
target, especially if, for instance, we exchange the queens,
Mhm.
then we start doubling the rooks on the c file, play b4, and it might be very difficult for black to.
And especially like here, you cannot even consider moves like g5 because you jump to d5 with a tempo.
Exactly, with the knight, with such a
And
knight.
then maybe queen c3. Exactly. So
We can even show it, maybe, yes.
the knight is beautifully placed for the moment on f4.
And
That's
I think once we said you cannot even consider, Pavel played g5.
well,
He was waiting
no,
for
in
us.
fact, I can understand this because that was the move I was looking for, because you need to create
Yeah,
some
exactly.
counterplay. So this is
You
the
have to
moment.
muddy the
It's a
waters,
very
yeah.
critical moment, of course, in the game, because you make a very heavy concession. You know, the king is becoming vulnerable. Knight is going to d5. F6 square becomes suddenly available, but
But we
you-
see that the evaluation
Mhm.
jumped after g5
It's
to
but he didn't even go to d5.
he
went
d5.
to
I
h5.
think the
Mhm.
computer also says to go to h5.
Okay.
Sorry.
Kudos to the computer.
I think, I'm
Knight-
not sure, but
well, I like knight d5, but maybe computer is
keeping the
yes,
d file open,
is right, because
and the
yes,
point
you
being
need
that what
to
happens on bishop d3? Do we
maybe
sacrifice?
no, maybe
or
queen
simply queen
c3
c3
first?
and
Mhm.
rook c6?
No,
Oh, there
I,
is a
no,
mate
I
on
thought,
g7.
yeah, I
so
thought that
simply
you're
so.
forced to play queen e5 here. So
And if queen e5,
but
then
then
we
knight
just
of
knight of
6,
6
yes,
and we
okay,
take
so,
on e8. So
that's the point of knight h5, of course. So after queen c3, you have no moves. Yes, so you're winning in exchange in a forced manner.
and if we
Mhm.
play queen e5 ourselves,
Mhm.
then rook d5 again. This is the difference.
Yes.
So I'm probably, but your feeling was correct. You don't consider g5 because you're overextending yourself,
yes,
right?
exactly.
And
There's like everything suddenly becomes, everything is a threat.
Yeah.
Well, but I understand this, because what is another move that you have to consider here? You have to sit and wait.
Which is
which is
not
very
so
difficult,
pleasant,
of course, and being down to 2 minutes. And the game is over between Peter Svidler and
Peter
Jordan Van
is officially our champion.
yes, because
Yes,
Vasil lost.
Vasil lost,
Mhm.
and
So this draw has secured him the first place in the tournament.
so he was worried that we will jinx, that he might have jinxed him yesterday with the
Yesterday.
interview midway. So
You
we are
forced
not
him
jinxing.
anyway. Yes.
we're not jinxing.
It was such a pleasure, such a delight,
Abs-
to have Peter in Australia. But maybe this time the roles are going to be reversed, because he will have to come back
Absolutely.
as the winner. So you are going to ask him a few questions.
All right.
Maybe not so much about poetry, but about so the art of l'art de la guerre, yes, art of the war.
Art of war, yes.
Let's put it like this. But we have a lot of interesting games still going on. I wanted to remind you that Vasil Ivanchuk blundered against Daniil Dubov and lost a crucial game with the white pieces. So Ido Gorstein against Evgeny Postny, we saw that there was some night tango. What about Vital Boruchovsky and Ilya Smirin?
Vital and Ilya Smirin. This is going as planned, as we predicted, right?
But black decided to play b6, you know, to soften the knight on d6 a little bit because.
But because what to do, and
Mhm.
but as we said, bishop d4. Of course, Ilya tries to keep the bishop alive, but then, you know, one of the principles when your opponent has a very active piece, so you activate your piece and to force it to force your opponent to exchange it.
Mhm.
And if he doesn't exchange, then your piece becomes the active beast. And so yeah, he did not exchange the dark square bishop, but now White's bishop is extremely strong on c3.
But actually, the position on the board is a bit different. So he forced actually black to play bishop g7. Yes, and yes, and now you know there is. He didn't have any other choice, of course. So bishop g7. What do we
But
do here?
I would consider.
You were thinking about knight f5.
I am
Yes,
definitely, but I'm
but
not
maybe
sure
yes, this
it
is not
works. Yeah?
clinching the victory. Yes.
So this one, I can see anything better. We don't have, unfortunately, we
because
don't
we
have
have
this because of 6. And if we take on on g7, I don't.
I'm not sure that we have
I
more
don't
than a draw. yes,
exactly.
so.
I don't see anything.
So we don't
better
have to
than
spoil
such
the
a good
advantage which is
position.
not ours. Let's be more careful, and especially there is also a lot at stake for Avital. You know, if he wins, you know, he's
He
climbing.
can join.
Wait a second, because we had. Let me see.
He can join the
chess
contest
results
for the prizes.
because it's and maybe for the medal even. Let's have a look. Rank after the round 7. So if Avital is winning his game, he will first of all frog leap, yes, leapfrog, Ilya, and join Daniil Dubov at 4.5.
Wow.
So Jordan has 5, Vasil Ivanchuk has 5, but he will share, you know, 4th, 5th. You know.
Wow. Okay,
And
so it's an important, very important
game for him.
So how do we proceed here?
How many minutes for
We have
white?
Almost 2 minutes for white and 30 seconds for black.
But I think a few moves
Oh,
have been
bishop
played from
bishop f6 is I like this move.
And
rook
rook d7. Yes. So, but be careful. You know, this is a very tricky play from Ilya because he played b6. I told you he softened this knight on d6. So now he played rook d7. At some point he will take on f6
and he wants to play
double. Yes.
But now you know my hand is still itching to play knight f5 because you don't have f6 anymore, but you have the intermezzo bishop takes f6.
So
and
what to
still
do here?
I don't see.
Maybe you can still take on g7.
When?
Like after rook d7.
Rook d7
yes,
here?
can you take? Yes. Just to simplify. It's much easier to play when you're so low in time. Then I wanted to play rook queen d4. Doesn't matter, you know.
Simplify everything.
Simplify everything. Rook d4, rook d1, you know, and this is the position that for sure. And king f6 is not possible, probably. So maybe it's given away.
Maybe that's the right.
A huge
way to
lion's share of your of the white's advantage, but maybe it's not the right way to play. What can you do here?
A5 maybe.
And actually, I think yes. Let's follow
but let's
the
see
game
how
closely
because
he played queen
f4
and then bishop f6 was played, queen f6, queen d8. Actually, could transpose to the position, but now that the queen is on d8, I can simply maybe move my queen away. But
where to?
Yes, but now the rook is hanging also on d1.
On d1, exactly.
So if I'm playing queen f5, you can play.
You lost a few tempi here.
Yes.
With the white.
So
you have to retreat maybe to f4.
No, but he actually played queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yes, queen, because after queen d8 you have to retreat your queen somewhere.
Yeah, I was thinking about queen f4, but okay.
Protect your knight on d6
and queen b8. Queen now B8. We have another pin. But maybe
rook
now
d2, queen c7 was played.
Couldn't we play bishop knight c4 here?
No, we could. But
Why
this is
didn't
the
we?
move backwards.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
you
very
see, yes,
very tough to spot.
very
This is
tough.
true.
No,
This is
but
true.
it's also like you have such a beautiful knight on
Why
d6.
move
Yeah,
it?
we
Yeah.
are not considering those moves, you know. So he
Well,
played
maybe.
rook d2,
Actually,
queen
actually,
c7,
I agreed.
rook d1,
Rook
mhm,
d8.
rook d8. Like I don't know what's happening. Let's follow this board
Let's try to
closely.
follow.
Mhm.
Knight e8 was played somehow.
Mhm.
When and how?
And he won. I think there was a
Vital
blunder.
won.
Mhm.
Wow.
Let's how did this
How
game
did this game proceed?
finish?
So
A very
probably
important victory. No, it was rook cd1. What was the last move? I think something was... No, he played first rook c1. You see rook c1.
okay.
After queen c7, he played rook c1.
Okay, we have the moves now. Let's see. Rook d2,
Queen c7.
queen c7, rook c1.
Mhm.
Very
So,
nice.
yes.
Rook
I don't know
f d8.
what what
He
what the
he came
changes,
back to
yes.
rook
Rook
c1,
d1,
rook
anyway,
e7,
rook e7.
queen
Mhm.
c3, rook d7.
Yes,
And
and
now
apparently this was a
apparently
huge
he blundered.
blunder.
This is
Mhm.
a very strong move. The point is that
Yes,
because the
and
queen is pinned, we just win in exchange
Mhm.
here. And Ilya played after after knight e8, queen e5, and now simply queen
Mhm.
takes a5, black resigns.
What can I
because-
say? It's a very proper game. You know,
Yeah,
might not have been very clean, but you know he gradually improved his position and he scored a very important victory against Ilyas Mirin. So he distanced himself, you know, from all the pursuers. So the round, you were right, you know. So 4 decisive
You see?
games. Well, I was looking for the fifth one, but Peter Svidler drew Jordan Van Forest. Before we go on a small break, and this is going to be our final decisive round, although we already know the name of the winner of the tournaments, but you know, prizes and the medals are
They still matter.
Yes, still matter,
But it's
of course.
actually we will talk about it later maybe. But it's amazing that around before the end, Peter managed
Yes,
to
he clinched the victory.
clinch the victory.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So just a second, let me update the standings and we will go. So the standings after the round 8. Peter Svidler is leading with 6.5 points out of 8. An impressive result, you know. So Jordan Van Forest is sharing the second place with Vasil Ivanchuk. They have 5 out of 8. So Peter is 1.5 points ahead, you know, of the pack. Daniil Dubov and Vital Boruchovsky are sharing 4th and 5th, so 4.5. Then you have Ilyas Mirin, Pavel Ilyanov, Maxim Rothstein with 3.5 points. In the battle for the last place, you know, Yevgeny Postny won against Ido Gornstein, so he's on 2.5, and Ido is on clear last with 1.5. So we will take a small break. Stay tuned, and another thrilling round is ahead of us. A lot of interesting games.
Absolutely. Even though we know the winner, but still so many.
Daniil against Peter, you know, it's going
It's
to
always
be fireworks.
it's always fireworks.
Dear chess friends, dear chess lovers, welcome back to our studio in Jerusalem. Alik Gershon is still with me. He didn't run away. And we are about to witness the last round of Jerusalem Masters and also of Jerusalem Open, which is organized along the way. Let's talk first of all about the standings of Jerusalem Masters,
Yes.
Alik. So we already know the name of the winner.
Yes, Peter Svidler clinched. We will see the table now, right? But Peter Svidler has already clinched the first spot with 6.5 out of 8, 1.5 points ahead of Jordan van Forest, right?
And
Vasil Ivanchuk on 5 points. Vasil, really disappointing
Last
day
rounds,
for
yes,
him
especially
today. And they are followed by
Sorry?
they are followed by Daniil Dubov and Avital Borokhovsky on 4.5 points each, and the rest are really not in contention. Ilyas Mirin, another hero of yesterday, today he scored only half a point so far in 3 games, so he is with 3.5 points, joined by Pavel Elyanov and Maxim Rothstein, and Evgeny Posny on 2.5, and Ido Gorstein, after scoring 1.5 points in the first 2 rounds, is scoreless since then, unfortunately.
And just before the games will start, let's have a look at the Open tournament, where like a lot of grandmasters are playing, but 6 players are actually tied for the first place. Yes. Well, we will show you the standings of the main event, I think. Yes, right now. So
Yeah.
exactly what we discussed a few seconds before. And we still have a very interesting key match for the last round. Peter Svidler is playing against Daniil Dubov. Who is going to finish second?
That's the intrigue that we still have.
Yes, that's the intrigue is still. We kept the intrigue in this tournament.
And we are talking about a difference of $10,000, right? Between the second and third spots.
Yes,
so
30,000 for the first place, 20,000 for the second place, and 10,000 for the third place.
Definitely, there is something to play for.
And the games just started, so let's have a look at the openings. And at the Open tournament, before you delve into the theory, we have Yerli Solokovsky or Braunstein, Lucas van Forest, the brother of Jordan van Forest, Nadav Zemach, Eitan Rosen, and Dan Zoller, who are tying for first with 7 points.
7 out of 8.
Yes, 7 out of 8. Impressive.
Impressive, but actually expected in such a big field. There is always, mathematically, there is always enough people that will have a high score.
And actually, that's why the round started a bit later, because they had to come up with the pairings, actually, where like every leader is playing like against each other. So they're all paired against each other. We will see who will emerge the winner of this event as well. So let's have a look, Alik.
Okay, so Peter Svidler, although it's not really important for him for the standings, but every game is important in the professional life. And we see a Sicilian, a Taimanov Sicilian with the G3 Bishop G2 variation. And Peter seems to be either out of book or trying to remember his files, which is more likely.
Well, here it's maybe the matter of taste also. You can play with d6, knight f6, bishop b7, or you can develop to your bishop on c5. So it actually depends.
Maybe he's choosing what he wants to do now.
Then we have the Ukrainian derby. Pavel Elyanov is facing Vasil Ivanchuk with the white pieces.
Yes, also
symmetrical Grunfeld, yes.
Yes.
Probably we'll expect Vasil to play c4, as you just
he did play, yeah.
c4, probably c6.
I think...
no, it's actually Pavel played.
Pavel played c4?
c4 and...
I think dc4, knight a3 took place, or am I...
I don't know what happened here.
Okay, we can see. So, and the Jordan is playing Ido Gorsten. This is actually a good spot for Jordan, a good pairing for the last round for Jordan, because he is facing Ido, who is obviously demoralized from the last A6 losses in a row that he had. And Jordan is playing white, so he has every reason to try and play for a win.
And he also played e5, third e5 in Karokan. So bishop f5. Did they deviate actually? Yes.
C5 castle.
I was thinking that Jordan would go for the same setup as Peter Svidler, but
But yeah, they played it slightly differently.
and Jordan played g4, so h3, g4, weakening the king a little bit, but at the same time it's very important to play g4, so you're not allowing knight f5.
Right, and with such a center, you are less concerned about black developing some attacks on the king side, right? Because
what is black's plan here? What are they supposed to play? Bishop e4, knight g6, bishop e7, f6 then, or how should they continue?
Somehow.
But knight c3 first.
Maybe knight c8, b6, and bishop e7. Maybe this is one of the plans.
Knight c8, knight bishop, okay, and bishop e7 as well. Okay, this is. So
we'll have to decide whether we first move
so
the pawn to a6, b5, or how do we proceed here. But definitely black will have to choose. He did play knight c8.
Knight c8, okay, knight c3, knight c8. A logical continuation then, when you know the plans, you know. So, knight e1 was played by Jordan, so he wants to play f4 immediately.
Having said a, why you might as well say f and 5, right?
And then bishop b4 with the idea probably of taking on c3 and playing bishop e4, but white has such an advantage in space.
Space is a huge advantage. But again, as we saw in in one of the games, who was it? I think Jordan himself, when he was on the black side, when he played g5 from his king, and then the position opened, and in the first round, I think, and suddenly it backfired.
Maybe
so
here you also have knight e7. You played bishop before, maybe.
Bishop before f4 is a bit too early, yeah. So rook c1
was played.
Is a much more logical move.
Okay,
interesting. We'll see.
Yes, Evgeny Posny against Vital Boruchovsky, and Vital is sharing fourth, fifth place with Daniil Dubov. So this
also very
game is of a crucial importance for
By the way,
standings and for him.
We should say that although Peter already clinched his spot, all the others are fighting for the results, and for Daniil Dubov, it's a very important game, right? So the intrigue is still here, and there will be no easy games here for sure.
So how is this position? Is this like Queen's Gambit accepted, or how did they get there? No.
Let's see,
get
Vital. Yeah, this is the.
Yes, but they, in a way, they did get to the structure.
It's a reversed, yeah.
Yes, it's a reversed one. And then h3 was played by Evgeny Posny.
Preparing to take.
Let me think. What is the idea behind the move h? Because I always played Queen's Gambit accepted with black, so of course I want to take on c4 here, yes, to simplify the position and claim that h3 is useless here.
Well, it's not totally useless anyway, because you always need this room for the king.
Yes, no, of course, but I mean in the opening phase.
Yeah.
But Vital played bishop b7. Maybe he wants to play with the isolated pawn. Yes, so
and that's what's going on.
cd5 was played, and ed5. So he's
he wants to have a dynamic imbalance the game.
But on the other hand, here black played a5, and you have this nice b5 square, so you can always transfer your knight to d4. And he actually just played it, I think, knight b5 and knight d4. That was the idea, and to claim a small advantage, just like a little one.
But on the other
You
hand,
will go 94
playing
probably,
against
yes?
the isolated pawn, and you are not always happy to have a pawn on h3,
So
right?
you see, maybe at the end, yes.
Because maybe we can explain, because
Mhm.
oftentimes black will try to create some attacks on the king side, and not having the pawn might not having moved the pawn might become very crucial, because oftentimes you need to play g3, and with the pawn on to prevent the mating attacks, and with the pawn on h3 it's much harder to do so.
But the knight left the square on c3, so 94
94
is a very natural move, and played, I think, at tempo by Avital, so he knows his plans.
Actually,
here.
I'm not sure I love this knight b5 move, I have to tell you, but
Mhm.
maybe there was a concrete issue that Evgeny was solving, because d4 is actually a threat here.
Mhm.
So, and if black manages to play d4, he has no problems whatsoever, especially with all his.
I mean, it's a positional threat, you know.
It's
It's like,
s-
yes, I
yes.
mean, just you simplify the position after d4, you exchange a few pieces, and then the position is just equal. So.
Absolutely.
But then knight b5 was played, knight e4, and Evgeny is still thinking. What do we have in the game between Ilyas Mirin and Maxim Rothstein? Mhm.
It's
What
kind
was
of a
this?
Sicilian.
Probably Najdorf.
Najdorf looks like a Najdorf.
Mm-hmm.
Quacks like a Najdorf. It is a Najdorf then.
So bishop b2 e5 with the
Yeah.
knight on b3. Mm-hmm.
This is a very, very old variation.
Then e4.
Black has deliberately weakened the pawn, the square on d5, but he claims that he has enough activity to counter that white's grip, and white, on the other hand, will try and use that square to push back and to push black and kind of get a strong grip over the position.
And also, we mentioned it yesterday, though the opening was not the same, but the knight on b3 is still the same. Very often this knight, you know, well, is not right, you know, on there, so you will need to replace
You're
it.
very
you know,
gentle
so
with this knight, yes. Well, it's yeah, it's
how it is
misplaced there.
played, of
It's
course,
misplaced there, and
misplaced,
you need to find the routes to reroute it to other places. And we can see that that's exactly what Ilya is doing. He is actually moving the knight to a better place, which can be actually, there are a few routes that could.
I was thinking about then because knight d3, knight b4, yes.
That's
and
one,
then
yes.
That's one, but then
Another one might be to go here, although it's a bit
this a bit
long, artificial. So I think the main one is to go either via d3 or a2. It was also might be possible. But here, often what happens is that black might try.
How are you going to prevent this maneuver? Yes, maybe when
So
can we use this momentum when you play knight d3 and play d5?
d5 or
Yes.
b5, one of
Yes.
the moves, yes.
But if you can play d5 comfortably, then you're fine.
You're
but maybe
more
you're
than
losing
happy.
something there, you know, because you can take on e5. No, when you take on d5, knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5, and then knight d5, you take on
Yeah,
d5.
okay. So maybe
Should we take
we
a
have
sec-
we
I
have to make a move
it's
that
like
prepares for that.
how do you, they're making the memes, yes, like take. So this, let's show it on the board.
Yeah, but we need to make a move
Yes.
for black. Let's, for instance, okay, we just
Yes,
shuffle.
so knight d3.
And white plays knight
And
d3,
d5,
d5, takes.
Yes, take what I meant. Yes,
takes,
here knight
and
e5.
Almira is trying to win here. And
Knight
actually,
e5.
it doesn't stop here, right?
Yes,
So
queen
we
d5,
take,
of course.
we
Queen
take,
d5, rook d5.
rook takes c2. we
No,
still
but now
have the
your
move.
knight is
Sorry,
hanging.
no.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
why. That's why I thought that the pawn is not on prise. Yes, you have to make a move like maybe knight
So
c4.
first
but-
of all, now we know what to look for, which useful move we
Mhm.
can make instead of a king to h8. And second one, yeah, but
Knight
this is
c4,
this is
bishop
not enough.
c4,
This
yes,
is not
then
enough.
c3,
And,
yes, this endgame is.
this
I
is
don't even
just-
take on b6. I think.
Yeah, you
maybe
probably
I'll-
don't want to take.
Mhm.
You want to. Sorry, you want to play c3
C3,
first, and
mhm.
then place the bishop on b4.
And Maxim is still thinking. That means that
He's calculating.
yes, he's trying to determine, yes, like
Maybe rook
What-
d8.
what waiting
is-
move. Yes, can you rook
is
d8?
He
but-
did play that.
I don't know. What did he play?
I don't know. He still no. He did play some move. I'm not sure which move he
Knight
played.
c5.
Knight c5. Okay,
mhm.
this is
Okay.
also a very natural move if you want to target.
Yes, we didn't think of this very simple move, you know. So because after knight d3, you can simply
You
take.
can simply
yes,
take, and
d3.
normally the side that has less space is happy to exchange pieces because
Mhm.
then he has to
A lot of
split
more
this,
room to
yeah,
maneuver.
the
yes, of
same room
course.
to between less pieces. So it's
So
easier.
Daniil against Peter. Let's have a look.
Let's have
Okay. It's a tricky choice. So now I understand. I know the
let's go
structure
back.
very
Okay,
well.
please tell us.
That's exactly what I was telling you about. So Peter was thinking for a while. So here he went for actually h5 immediately. It's a very unusual move, but actually leads to a structure that you can get very often from this variation. Let's say he just exchanged everything and he played d6, but here, well, bishop g5, knight f6, queen d2. I don't know how they managed to have it, but still, Daniil took on c6. You can get it earlier from a different variation then, and you play e5 and rook e5.
Ruining.
So this is
black's
the
pawn
idea
structure.
which you see a lot in this line. So actually, this might be an optical illusion, and I played this position a few times on the black side, and even then, the computer actually was telling me, not maybe exactly in this configuration, this position is equal, but you are playing with this structure, you know. So why just making simple moves, just improving the play? You are making you're just waltzing around, but you still have this feeling that something is wrong.
is wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
And the thing is, this is prevailing at the end. You know, it's not easy. You have to have this vision, maybe the long-term vision that everything is going to be okay at the end. And this is not very human. You know,
And it's
especially
better if you know how it will
exactly.
be. Okay.
That because, but
It's-
there is nothing concrete. That's why. So. And this is exactly why Daniil went for this position. So he took on e5, doubled rooks on the e file, and played queen f4. So what is the evaluation?
Actually, I wanted to touch on that. In recent years, we kind of see this trend on in the elite tournaments, especially that people will they don't try to get an advantage, a proper computer advantage from the opening. They might even settle for third or fourth line, and which says, for instance, that you don't have an advantage for white, or you're even worse with black. But as long as it's playable, or even if the computer says that you know it's equal, but as you said, the structure is unpleasant for your opponent to play, or he or she need to know how to do that, then it's completely playable. Maybe for a computer it's a 0-0, but for a person perspective it will be much more difficult to
Exactly,
play.
and
So
the perspective here is that white has no weaknesses and black has
Yeah,
a few.
exactly.
Even though this is compensated by, I think, by some dynamic possibilities. And but let's see how this game unfolds. Bishop b7 was played.
After queen f4, yes.
Yes, it's very
And
interesting.
people
How can we
and
continue
Peter is
here?
visibly not very happy with this position. And he might have actually even.
So can you?
And it's very similar to the position he had last game against Jordan, right? Although he had the pawn structure,
Mhm.
he had the same on the white side of the board, with the with the bishop,
So
but he had an extra pawn there.
what does he want? Because here you maybe I want to. I'm afraid to start with knight e4, knight d5. This is the last round. I will blunder everything. Maybe queen h4.
Queen h4, yeah. Especially that black does not have the h pawn to drive us away.
This is the small drawback of this maneuver, because very often when I play h5, you want to play knight g4, h3, then knight h6, knight f5, and this. But with the bishop on g2, I play h5, h4, and then you no longer have this move. So maybe start with queen h4. What do you think about this?
I like this move, but I think but Daniil played knight e4 immediately.
Knight e4 immediately.
And now we have to decide to understand what happens here. Does he plan to just take? So this is the threat. Yes, the threat is the trap. Actually, is we have the intermezzo check, and it should be said that.
And knight e4, I think, was played immediately by Peter.
Peter took on e4.
So what can you do here? Queen e4, and you're taken with the queen. You do not allow c5 first.
You don't allow c5, and you do not allow f6 as well, right? Because then rook.
Oh, well, this I haven't seen. I've seen like bishop g5, rook g5.
But your
I'm fine. Yes,
but
my
your intuition was right. So.
Oh.
And so if we take with the queen.
So yes, f6, rook e6, of course, and we are fine.
But what about this move?
Oh no.
No.
You'll take rook h5.
Take h. I still don't have anything. Yeah. And
yes.
f5. It's.
No, but we can
we
can show yes. Like
yeah, well, it's playing
rook
with
f6,
fire.
rook h5. Yes, you are playing with fire.
But not for long. I will lose very fast. I will not suffer. Okay, so.
You should not.
But wait.
When
what
your
about
mother is not home.
What?
Coming from some child book by Dr. Seuss.
f5 also doesn't work because we just move and protect the bishop.
Children's book. No, but yes, queen e4, I like it. So
how about simple rook b8?
Still thinking. But then, queen h. What?
He took
bishop e7 first. No,
so
I thought that he sacrificed something.
So he prefers to have the bishops exchange. And again, he's claiming that, and he's still thinking. He's still not chosen with which piece to take. But of course, those bishops are very different pieces, right? The white bishop is much better. And if you are able to prevent black from playing either mostly c5, you should be more than happy.
To be honest, at this point, you want black to play c5 because then you will win this pawn.
Yeah, but
at some point, here the structure is becoming more and more unpleasant.
And Daniil took with the bishop. He took with the bishop. He probably wants to put the queen either on.
Yes, but now he has to play c5 and transpose it to queen.
But let's see. So it should be. So bishop takes e4, c5.
Yes, because if you take on b7, yes, and Peter
he plays c5 immediately. I don't understand why
immediately.
I know. Maybe he didn't want to allow rook d5. That's why he didn't take with the queen on e4. Because now the point is that you don't really win a pawn. Maybe you do.
We can continue
still,
the version.
You can
rook
continue.
c7.
Rook c7, rook f8 is a must.
And maybe rook d1.
Rook d1 with two rooks on the 7th. But
queen f6.
Yeah. You think I cannot take?
But Daniil went rook h5. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, rook h5 is very interesting. I was actually considering that.
And then
he wants to go straight for a mate.
Yes, all the pieces.
So it took, rook takes. Now the threat is
towards the king.
It's not direct threat because we don't want to exchange the queens. We want to move the queen and play rook h4.
But I don't know what is the threat. Okay, can we double our rooks? Maybe we can win on c5 somehow. I don't know. But okay, let's follow a
Interesting.
few other games
That's
because this game simplified a little bit.
let's
yes?
see Van Forest against Gorstein.
Did we
They
have a
are-
look at this game?
Yes, they are
before?
maneuvering here, and it looks like White has made much more progress than Black did. So White managed to push the pawns all the way. Although it has to be said that in such a formation, the White cannot really break through anymore because we already discussed it, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
If you play g6, it will be met with h6, and if you play h6, vice versa, it will be met with g6. And for that reason, he moved to the c file. But then again,
To be
on the
honest,
c file,
here, like if you exchange the rooks and the queens, you need to play before b5 in order, to prove your point.
exactly.
Here.
Otherwise,
And
you cannot
well,
break
I
through
don't
that.
know how are you going to do this here. Can you do this? You have to kick
not
this
sure.
knight away from b4. So let's say rook c7.
So, I'm missing a few moves.
Yes,
I
because they just played knight b4.
think. But what White played after
King
knight
f2.
a8? King
Bring
f2.
in the
King
king,
f2.
yes, closer
Knight before takes.
to the center.
Takes,
Yes,
takes everything.
So let's say rook c7 was played, and Jordan, I'm not sure if he's still thinking. Just a second. So he's about to
He
make
didn't
a
take
move.
on c7.
So he
Which-
didn't take on c7, but he played rook c3. So what is he planning here? Queen a3. He wants
I
either
think
to
he,
take
he
on
mainly
c3 or.
wants to keep the tension for some time.
But now queen c3.
Takes.
And he went back. But this I don't like because now you can realize your plan. This is you can.
Bishop d2
No,
or
actually, bishop c1, bishop a3.
c1.
You
Yeah,
have this
bishop
possibility.
c1 is very good. Yeah.
And then bishop c1, maybe queen b4.
But queen before
Yes, but you will have to play it. I mean,
you will still have to play
it.
that. And this is a much trickier than it looks like.
No, now you- no.
I will take
have to
first.
take
Sorry,
first.
I
Yes,
have
yes,
to take
that's-
because this is a blunder.
Because knight d4 is
Yes.
so
So
queen b4,
before
take,
take.
take, and then
And
bishop
now
a3.
Bishop a3 knight c2 maybe.
Yes. So
So it's
I don't
a
know
bit
how am I supposed to
Problem. Maybe bishop
see
d2.
bishop d2. But then I wanted to play knight c6.
Knight c6. Okay, now I start bringing the king
No,
slowly.
no. Here you can. I wanted the second knight. Knight.
Ooh,
Knight is not in b8. You
No,
see,
no,
this
no.
is like yes. I haven't even
The
seen. Oh
second-
no. Then this was like.
That would be the third knight.
Yes, I have. Like you see this like the last round. I do not even see what is the exact position. I thought that the knight was on b8. No.
Yeah,
No.
then
No.
with the
This
knight
is
on a8
no.
is
This
much
is
more
fine
difficult.
then.
So this is again the computer shows a plus, which is not by no means a small amount, but plus half a pawn. But in reality, it's much more difficult to play with black than with white.
So let's have a look at the game between Yevgeny Posny and Avital Boruchovsky. What are the latest developments in this game?
there
It became
have
very
been
sharp somehow.
many developments. Let's just
After a
draw back a
very
little bit.
calm start. Somehow Avital managed to create an attack.
Well, this is the normal Isoliani, right? When you have the weakness on on d5, but it gives you a lot of space, which you are trying to use for initiative. h5, g5. Yeah, but I'm not sure. g5 with such a weakened center, it's very
yes, but
very
he wanted
double-edged.
just to push g4. Yes,
It's
so
very double-edged.
g5, g4. So what happened?
f5. I don't know.
So you're
I was-
critical about this.
I was raised being afraid to open the positions when the center is not stabilized. If you start moving too many pieces on too many pawns on the side, you might regret it.
Here
But maybe
actually-
maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, here I tend to agree with you.
G4. G takes.
Yes,
Rook
because
D2.
the position opened up and
Mm.
White's bishops, they're X-raying the board right now. So bishop can go to H4.
Yeah, with this one, it really is the bishop on B7 is a bit troublesome, problematic, and
Mhm.
the problem is that now we are asking. So, for whom did you open the file? Who
Yeah,
will enjoy this open?
exactly,
This
but
open.
and you also need a piece on E4, and somehow White will get to E5 before, because there are a few moves which were played. G takes H3, Rook D2, then Bishop C5, King H2, Bishop D4. He decided to
He
give up
decided to
the
take.
bishop, E D4, and Queen F6 here.
Mhm.
So,
Let's see.
and
Queen
I think that
F6,
White has to play G
GH.
takes H3, yes, opening the G file.
Now, if Black has time to move to bring the king,
Mhm.
then the bishop to E4, but does he? Maybe even some Rook C1.
Let's try. Yes, what was played? He played Queen F3.
Oh, he didn't. He didn't take
yes.
on this time. Maybe it's actually interesting.
So he wants to take on H5.
He wants to take on H5. Rook F7.
But then I will take on H3 anyway. I think yes. It's this position is
Peter-
not easy to defend.
Peter.
Okay, let's have a look.
Peter's game ended. How?
Yes, maybe in a draw.
No, it doesn't look. No.
No, he
Daniil won.
Daniil won. Okay, let's have a look at the end of this game, because
Yes.
unless Peter blundered something.
Rook E4, Rook D1 check, King G2, Rook D8, Queen H4. So he did go for this.
Oh, I told you that those endgames, especially when you played C5,
he just collected this
Yes.
pawn, and then he went to collect another one.
might be evaluated by the computer as equal, but then I don't know what happened. Yes.
Oh, and this Peter just resigned
Mhm.
here because White starts pushing this three against one. This is really a kind of
So
hopeless.
actually, Daniil
so then-
won against Peter, and he beat Vasil.
So
in
you
the previous
predicted
round.
correctly, right?
Exactly. So, but it was a bit too late. So, how does it affect our standings?
Let's see.
see. For a second, Daniil is on 5.5, and actually, let's see what is happening in Vasil's game.
Vasil's game.
Yes, because this one is also going to be
Vasil
very
is
important for the standings. So he is playing with Black against Pavel Ilyanov, and I like his position.
Yeah.
Yes. Knight D5.
So we even. Oh, we exchanged. Yeah.
Yes,
so
he
we
exchanged
exchanged the
Rook
rooks.
C5, B takes C5,
and played
Knight
Knight
D5.
D5. Yeah, his rook is much more active.
He decided
yeah.
to simplify the position a little bit and to.
It's not
put
so
his
easy
knight
for White to play, because you cannot move the king, obviously, because the bishop is hanging. And if we play something like Rook Bishop C4, is Rook C1 a move here?
Yes, so you can. Then
Or
probably if you play Bishop C4, then you have to take on D5. Yes. So
yes,
Rook
but
C1,
maybe
you
Rook
will
C1
take on D5,
take on
and
D5.
then you will play Rook B7.
How do we take?
But
We
I don't
want
know.
to take like that, I think.
Yes, because
Rook
because
B7, and then now we
CB5
have
you allow me Rook B5 as well.
yeah,
yes,
and like this we have two passers, which well, no, E6 was trading, so
yes,
we
maybe
cannot
it's still
move.
fine.
It's still fine. It's still
So
interesting.
if you play
yeah?
Bishop C4 with the idea of taking on D5, maybe White can still hold this game. And then Jordan against Ido. So let's maybe focus on this game.
Yeah.
Because if Jordan wins, then
Will he become sole
Well,
second? He
if
will.
Vasily doesn't win,
he yeah.
if he wins this game, then he will be standing alone there and waiting.
Waiting for Vasil, yes.
Mhm. So,
Uh,
but you see, okay, he sacrificed he won actually the pawn on b6. I don't know if black
how did he get there?
sacrificed the pawn on b6.
Oh, he
So-
got wow,
Oh,
all
it's
the
a
way from
very nice maneuver, like knight c7.
b6. Okay, he was waiting for
Yes,
b6 and then
knight
all of a
c7
sudden
and
knight
knight
c7,
a8.
and you
Mhm.
can do nothing. You cannot protect.
But on the other hand, yes, your knight is stuck there, so
your knight
you
is
have to
stuck.
take this bishop, which you don't want to take, maybe.
True, but with having an extra pawn, you probably make this
So
concession,
you're waiting
right?
for king c7, and then.
Yeah, maybe okay. Maybe move like bishop b5.
But then bishop b8, bishop b8.
Ah,
Yes,
you're
yes, yes,
tricky.
bishop b8. Maybe, I don't know. Can I do
Okay, but let's say I
Mhm.
take, I play bishop b5. Next move, I want to play bishop c3, claiming that I want
Mhm.
to.
But the
Ah,
thing
this is a draw.
Yes, yes, that's what I wanted to tell you, because
Let's
I will take on b4 with the pawn, and then this is it.
let's see. Let's just
Let's
show.
show
Yeah.
it, of
So
course.
this looks like okay. We are going. We have a protected extra pawn in the pawn endgame. Should be an easy win, but we cannot break through because of black's pawns.
But then, maybe, okay, with the king on c7, yes, you
Ah,
say
but
it's not easy.
maybe you know what? But okay, so we take.
Mhm, king c7.
Now the plan is to place
king
the
c7 I
bishops
will-
like this.
Mhm.
Okay.
King
Can you do
b6.
anything?
King b6.
Now I start moving my
King
king
c7.
towards here,
Mm-hmm. King b6.
and you're waiting for king a3 to give
Yes,
me a check.
mhm.
Yes. So I have to be careful not to blunder.
Maybe it's not such a blunder, because then you can create some counterplay.
Yeah,
and
but I
still,
cannot win. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a problem.
maybe it's not enough.
Ah, okay, but I know.
How do you want to fix my pawns first?
I want to
g6.
play
Okay.
g6 at some
Mhm.
point.
h6.
And if you play h6, then I will go. I w-
And you want to play bishop h4?
I want to
bishop
go
f6.
here. Yes.
Okay.
That's my
Mhm.
master plan.
Mhm.
But first, I need to take care of this square.
Maybe I
of
should
the
take on g6,
Yeah.
just in case. Okay.
But
I
if you take
understand.
on g6, sorry, then I will have a weakness on g6, which is good.
Mhm.
Well, we can do it
Yes,
here as well.
It's very
I think, yeah?
interesting. So let's
So
try.
let's try with
Right.
and it's important to understand if we can.
But if you go there immediately, maybe I
You
can.
will take and
yes.
play knight e7. Yes,
and
I
then
have
you're,
to.
you're not willing to play bishop h5.
I have to
Okay.
kind of
So
pin you
bishop
a little
b5.
bit. Yes.
Mhm. King c7.
King c7.
Mhm.
So I don't have. I have nothing to
King
do too
c7.
much there. Sorry.
King c7.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have nothing to do on
You
a3.
have to keep the king on c7, so you will not have bishop d7. But now, okay, g6.
Ah, by the way, what if I play bishop a3 or g6 first? I like g6 first.
Let me take it. Yes,
Maybe
I-
you should have played g6 yourself. By the way.
But then I was afraid that at some point you will have bishop e8. I was not
Yeah.
sure. I was not
That
sure.
might-
Like, okay, let's see. But what happened actually?
Yeah, and
here?
Jordan is moving the
I
king
think that
to
he
e3,
went for this
and
line. He
that's
took,
exactly
yes,
what
on
he's
d7.
doing. But
Mhm.
he's not pushing the pawn yet.
Maybe let's have this game on full screen,
Yeah,
because
let's-
it's a very
let's-
interesting endgame.
Very instructive and
Yes,
probably
very
our main
instructive.
game.
So how are we
And Ido
breaking?
played g6 himself. Yeah, so he
okay.
does not allow g6 white to
He
play g6.
understands that it's important, but then maybe you should leave, yes, the pawn on h5.
Yes, you need to keep
maintain
to
the
maintain the pressure, and you have this idea. Maybe sometimes if the kings is away and the knights to take on h6 and play to play h6. So the idea might be
Mhm.
at some point. Let's say it doesn't really matter. Wait, let's.
But how do you make any progress here? You know, because he already took on d7. So the thing is like,
Yeah. So
have
how
to-
I make progress?
Yes.
I wanted to.
if
So eventually.
either he is waiting.
Eventually,
Mhm.
I will want to play h6
Mhm.
and
Bishop
have
h5.
bishop
But
h5.
at this
yeah.
moment, I will always play knight e7.
You will always play knight
Yes,
e7.
and then you cannot take on g6, and and you cannot take on b4.
Well, but maybe I need to set up my pieces in such a way that I can take on before first.
Mhm.
So for
No,
instance,
I think that this is
maybe
actually a
it's a draw, yeah?
fortress. Yes.
Maybe it's a fortress.
It's a very nice fortress where the extra pawn doesn't yield you a decisive advantage.
And two bishops.
yes, and two bishop, exactly. But we
Interesting.
tried. We
We tried, and Jordan is trying.
So, 20 seconds for Pavel Ilyanov against Vasil Ivanchuk.
Let's see.
What is the position here?
Pavel.
So he did play bishop c4, yes?
He
took
did
on
play,
d5.
and they kind
He
of got to
simplified
the
the
same
position.
position, and
And
it looks draw.
Vital Borykhovsky won. You know,
Wow!
he
So he
took...
overpowered.
Yes. Well,
Queen
the
of
risk
three.
which he took during this game was simply... I don't know, undescribable,
Wow.
but he really wanted to win this game. So what happened?
It looks like It looks like White was in the driver's
Mhm.
seat. Rook e5, such a beautiful rook. Look at this.
Mhm.
Look at this. It's coming from all
So you can't
over
even
the
take on
place.
h4, of course. Okay,
Such a
so
good bishop against bad bishop, and you're winning a pawn
But what
now. But now I
happened?
think he just blundered. It looks like White just blundered. Here I think he started going wrong. So he brought the king. He looks like he's dominating, but
Mhm.
after h4, all of a sudden, queen g3 is a very annoying threat, and the bishop comes to life.
Mhm.
And there you see started checking, and all of a sudden your king is extremely vulnerable. Oh, and he also blundered.
No, but actually h4, it's a wonderful defensive and attacking resource because this bishop h5 was a deadly threat.
yes, and that bishop that you kind of
Forgot about.
forgot
Yes,
about because it
exactly.
was a big pawn, right? That does nothing, and you kind of think, okay, so I'm playing a piece up, and then just one careless
And
move.
after losing a central pawn, yes, queen g5,
All of a
h4.
sudden,
And
this
actually,
comes,
and he played king e2 and bishop h5.
and
yeah.
it's game
But could he
over.
play something here after like h4? Maybe was
Maybe
there a
it's already
solution
too
in
late.
this position?
Yeah, maybe it's already too late
Hmm.
because
Especially being so long time. So let
Yeah.
me have a look at the standings once again. So
Avital
Avital finishes the tournament on 5.5.
Five
He
and a half.
made only one draw in this tournament.
and he
Incredible.
probably
So
catches
he won
up
5
with
games,
with the
made a
Van
single
Forest.
draw. With yes, Van Forest he made a draw.
Already made a
So-
draw. Yes, they already finished.
Well,
Or-
I think no, they're still playing. Yes,
But
yes,
in
I
your
thought
mind,
that-
they
yes, in-
you already made a draw.
yes. So if Jordan makes a draw and Vasil makes a draw, actually Avital is going to share the second place.
Wow!
What an impressive
what
performance!
a
yes.
performance! Wow! And now
So
this we didn't
This
see
move
coming.
h4, is changed everything. I think h4, bishop h5.
Let's see again how
Mhm.
this happened. So this is a very instructive, right, for all of us, that you always have chances, even in a seemingly
Well, and I think
desperate
that after
positions.
h4, Yevgeny panicked, and very often, especially when Alexander Kostyanyuk asked me a question, so how do you keep performing when everything's so clear, that at this age, things have to be different. Well, what I can say is just like, yes, everything hurts, and your head is not working. Yes, so at this point, I know exactly what it is. So it's when you panic and your head disconnects, and you have to keep your composure, but you only have a few seconds to do this and to find a very precise move, which is not losing the game.
Yeah.
So when your head disconnects, it means that the pressure was too high. So after h4, I'm pretty sure that Yevgeny was aware that suddenly there were too many threats he had to deal with, while the position, even a few moves before, was completely winning him. He was dominating. There was not a single threat.
More importantly, not a threat, right?
Yes,
and it's all of a sudden you need to deal. It changed so
and there are
fast.
only a few, like 2 pieces, which Black managed
But
to keep on the board.
But how do you
queen
defend
the-
here? You need to pin the bishop, probably. Yes.
But
You need to pin
Ah,
the bishop to give a check, or maybe
check and
queen
where
d7 or
so if king h6, then you pin the
yes,
bishop.
and if
Yes.
not king h6, then you
Mhm.
keep checking. And if king h6, then you go somewhere here, or maybe even from b7 and take the pawn on
Maybe you
b6.
can take the pawn as
I'm
well.
not sure
So
you need
maybe
it or not.
so maybe this is
And
this
now
check
maybe
is
you
necessary to keep the balance.
you can still keep the balance, but now it's anybody's game anyway. So
It's
because
getting but can I take?
black
No, I can
starts
take on
pushing.
f5. There is no
How?
queen g3, bishop f5. No, but it was not up
No,
to me to move.
No.
It's
no.
black's move.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe still yes. So this
And
was probably the last chance, but after king e2, it
And
looks
I think
like.
Alik, the round has just finished. So
So we have the final results. Yes.
Yes, Mirin
What a
drew.
drama in the
Maxim
last
Rosins.
round.
Elyanov Pavel won. This we haven't seen this. Well, another drama.
and
Vasily lost
Pavel
the third game in a row.
Oh.
This was like I think that
is
Vasily
heartbreaking.
was so affected by his first loss, so he
Ouch! No, this is
he
our
wasn't able to finish
co-leader
the
going
tournament.
into the last game. He only scored half a point today.
Exactly.
Did he? Wow.
But so, and this leaves us with actually Jordan Van Forest, Daniil Dubov, and Vital Boryhovsky tying for second.
Wow. This is a huge upset for the legend Vasil Ivanchuk.
So he is alone on the 5th place with 5 points. So Peter Svidler won the event with 6.5 points, even though he finished this tournament with a loss. But he clinched the victory 1 round to spare.
And he's actually, even with the loss, he's still 1 full point ahead of the field.
So Jordan Van Forest, Daniil Dubov, and Vital Boryhovsky, on 5.5. What a stellar performance, I think, for the local hero. What do you think, Alik?
Absolutely. Well, especially going into today's after 5 rounds, you wouldn't have guessed that this is how the final table will look like. So a huge achievement for the Israeli grandmaster, and whenever you are tied with Daniil Dubov and Jordan Van Forest and ahead of Vasil Ivanchuk, this cannot be a bad tournament for anybody.
Of course, and especially that this was such a unique event. You never know when is your next tournament, so you had to give everything during those 2 days. And this what makes it even more special, I think. So it's just I think he gave it all, and the score actually, his result says it all, because 5 wins, 3 losses, only 1 draw. And
I think today he was the best performing player, maybe even. Yes,
I think so. Yes,
wow.
Let's say that he has 5 wins, and only Peter Svidler, I think, has 5 wins. So Peter won 5 games, yes, and Vital won 5 games. So it's such a combative spirit. Maybe we should ask for a few more rounds. Let's see how it goes.
We want more rounds.
Yes, we want more rounds. Let's have a few more rounds, and then we can dance.
And how do we know what happened in the open section?
I still do not have the results, because you can see
playing,
a few games are still in progress, and they're not tired of chess. Spectators are watching, analyzing. You have the analyzing room. When you get out of the commentators' room, people are everywhere, and you can feel
it's
this
a different
energy.
world
Yes,
out
it's a
there,
different
right?
world out there. So analyzing, asking questions, results. Everyone's like, "Oh, I lost, this game, but I was like 2 points up. Oh, I was facing an opponent who was having like 200 points more than me. I was on the brink of winning." Those are the stories that you want to tell.
A sea of emotions.
Yes, of course.
From all kinds of spectrum of emotions.
And then, my opponent blundered. It's like, whenever I get a chance to get to the playing hall, or even just to the hall, it's like I get those stories from everywhere.
This is apparent in every corner here. in the Ramada Hotel in Tel Aviv.
And
Sorry, in Jerusalem, of course.
yes, in Jerusalem. Yes, I just wanted to
Too many games to commentate. Yeah.
yes, to tell our audience that this chess festival is not over. You know, we started our broadcast with this new detail that tomorrow in the Central Square in Jerusalem there is going to be an attempt, you know, to set another record for most simultaneous games played in one day. Alik, you have the previous record, I think, and you were alone. Whilst tomorrow there will be an armada of grandmasters, masters, professional teachers, players, 50 or even more, who will take on 1,000 players. It will not be easy to set up, actually, you know, so in a historical setting, you know. So when are they going to start? Like at 7 in the morning?
I have no idea, but it should be something huge, because I remember the 520 boards. It looked like, you know, you remember the snake game
Yes.
from the Nokia
Yes.
time. So it was like that, you know, and when you look from the bird's eye view, it really looks amazing. And now it's twice as many boards. It's really a challenge to set it up.
But Alik, if I'm not mistaken, I think that you're going to commentate. Do you know? Because it's written that you're doing the commentary tomorrow, or you didn't know that?
No, I'm not doing the commentary. I'm actually playing,
you're
but
playing?
I'm also the
host, or you
I'm doing your
yes,
job.
okay.
I'm the host of.
You're
of
also,
the
but so you're
opening
going to be
ceremony
an entertainer as well. So like you're playing and entertaining at the same time.
there. No, I don't. I hope. Hopefully, it will not be at the same time. I don't know.
But I'm not
There's
sure.
a limit to what
So
I can
yes,
do.
I have to. Well, maybe I will come by before
You
I
should.
leave. Yes,
You should.
yes.
But if you come, then you will be the host
No,
and
no.
you will be the commentator there. Of course, I can promise you that.
Yes.
Um,
אני לא רוצה.
Beautiful. That was very good Hebrew.
So the accent, did I get
The
the
accent was
yes.
fantastic.
So here are the official standings. I think that we are
We
expecting
don't
the
have-
winner of this tournament in our studio. Alik, I think that this time you will have the pleasure of interviewing him. Let me check.
After he lost, yes, yeah, very, very, very nice of you.
I'm not sure actually, because I think that they're preparing for the closing ceremony, yes,
already?
which is imminent.
This
okay,
is
so
quite
mhm.
unfortunate. We would love to have Peter. Maybe we can catch him in between somewhere.
Later, yes, and make a small video. So this is it, folks. It was a pleasure, quite intense, you know, the 2 days. But I enjoyed every bit of it, Alik.
Me too, Almira. Thank you so much. It was such a great event. Thank you, guys. Hopefully, we managed to convey the whole atmosphere to you, because that's basically the only thing we need to do.
And to share
share our joy,
passion,
right?
yes,
Our
to share
passion.
our joy, of course. And there will be more events, of course, around the globe. And I hope that we meet very soon.
Hopefully.
Thank you so much, and thanks also to the organizers, of course, for everything.
Thanks to the organizer and our production team. They did a very great job, very challenging. Because the event, you know, if you have ever watched an event, the first few days are always the trickiest, and then after you solve all the technical problems, you start.
Especially that we didn't have much time.
Exactly,
yes, of
and
course,
being
the
so short on time,
situation.
they absolutely pulled miracles here to keep this broadcast alive. So we hope you enjoyed. Almira, thank you again.
Thank
It was
you, and
great pleasure.
see you very soon.